Shalom. I was actually kind of hoping I wouldn't need to do this. Before we start, I'm 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 gonna, you know, just be real with you, Zion. What you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. You are charging people money. You are making money off this clown show. And it's just wrong. And I'm not a Christian. I am an Israelite, if you like. I am a child of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I am a Jew. I am a Hebrew. And I am not turning the other cheek. I don't love my enemies. We are going to be doing a lot of elementary teaching tonight. I'm going to be quoting Pirkei Avot, which is, the time which every Hebrew, every Israelite, every Jew, all of those mean the exact same thing, should know. And you should know. But, so it says, love habriot. That means the creatures. And our rabbis teach us that means even someone who has no other redeeming quality than being created by God. And unfortunately, right now, that's you. And hopefully, you will see this and you will repent. And honestly, I deeply hope you will save both of us a lot of time and embarrassment, like I tried to save you earlier today and yesterday when you were live responding to me. I tried to come on your channel and I tried to tell you to stop digging. I tried. And this morning, when Vocab Malone was showing the excerpt with my interview with him, again, I told you your mistake and I told you to take down the video. And you didn't do it. And so it says, be the tail of a lion and not the head of foxes. And you've got this den of foxes going for you, and you caught the tail of a lion, right? I'm not Dr. Michael Heiser. I'm not a great rabbi. I am an effing insurance broker. I have a tiny channel. More people were live watching your response to my channel, to me talking to you, than are subscribed to my entire channel. more people are going to watch your response than any of my videos. I am a tuchus. I am nothing here. I am an elementary school teacher, and I am going to have to kindergarten school you. So if you're watching, I'm guessing you're watching, just say Dayenu, say sorry, slicha, mercy, whatever you want to say in the chat, and I will stop. But I am going to have to spend hours, and it's going to be painful hours, because it was honestly, I was watching live stream and I felt bad for you. And I know that it's going to sound like I'm shit talking. I'm not shit talking. You caught a lion by the tail, and I'm going to be shitting all over you. And, you know, I wish I was some sort of saint or something, and I wasn't going to enjoy this, but I admit it. This is going to be enjoyable, because dude, look at this. Look at this. Right? So we're going to get started, and we will stop as soon as you want. But this is I'm going to shit all over you, and it's you doing it to yourself. It was embarrassing. I am the tail of the lion. What would you do if the head turned its attention to you? Okay, we're gonna get started. Let's start with racist card declined number 1. This is your pinned comment on this video. And I am not going to speed up your video because you complained about it. And it's just going to be painful. It's going to be really painful to sit there as you slowly cut yourself over and over and over again. But look at this. This is your pinned tweet. I mean, comment. Yeah, Jacob Federacci, Insurance Services. And I tried to warn you 22 hours ago. I know you won't show this comment, but you really should have stopped digging. You really should have stopped digging. And so we're going to start. And first racist card declined is going to be the title and your thumbnail. So I'm going to tell you a little story. When I was in 7th grade, I think it was, Mrs. Schuster's algebra class, there was a girl named Shamika in my class. And Shamika was very smart. She was very smart. And people made the mistake of underestimating her. And Miss Schuster was Jewish and white, but Shamika didn't play games with her. We had a substitute teacher one day, and this substitute teacher made the mistake of underestimating Shamika. And she destroyed that man. She absolutely destroyed that man. He left the classroom crying by the time she was done with him. And then she went and she made sure she destroyed his career, right? But I also went to school with other Black students who they threw around the racist card because that's all they had, right? And if somebody had used that trick with Mrs. Schuster, it wasn't going to work because she wasn't a racist and she knew that. And I'm sure any Black person watching knows the type of Black person who runs to the racist card. And look, there are Jews who do it. You all know those Karens, those neurotic Jewish women who stereotypically they are just unlikable, and people don't, and they scream anti-Semitism, and it's not anti-Semitism. People don't like you because you are unlikable. And every community recognizes this. So we are going to keep a count of your racist card being declined because it's bankrupt. And my name's right there, Jacob Federici Insurance Services. The only reason my cell phone number is all over the internet, the only reason I won't give it out right now is because I know you have watchers who are too dumb to be able to find my cell phone number. And I don't want to have to deal with people that dumb. Okay? You're foxes, and we're going to have to spend the 2 hours and 27 minutes and 2 seconds and all the commentary explaining why you're just showing you're behind. And I will stop at any moment. I know you're live watching. I will stop at any moment because we all know you have no money in the bank. We all know you have no money in the bank. And I'm sorry, but here we go. And I'm going to play every single second of this. So I'm not going to make a jerk joke, but I could.
Still haven't tried the Locklicious all-natural hair care product line? Well, let's hear what the Lock community has to say about it.
I love how it sprays and how it feels, you guys. Like, it feels so good. And it smells amazing, you guys.
The Lock and Twist moisturizer was really good for me. The hydration mist was phenomenal.
This is bomb, baby. I was really impressed, kind of blown away. And I think that if you're struggling, definitely go check them out.
And check out the 5-star reviews on our website. So, what are you waiting for? Go to locklicious.com to start treating your crown like royalty.
I wash my natural hair and my face with the same product because natural hair care is easy.
People are paying this man for these commercials, I'm sure. And he's taking their money.
Natural skincare is easy. Don't make it hard.
Good, hardworking people with businesses are paying this man. Now, let me just point out that he's going to use timestamps because, of course, he is going to play those parts which he thinks makes him look best and me look worse, which is why I'm going to play every single second of his video. And I'm going to spend all these hours painfully humiliating you. And somebody has to do it. And, you know, the people who you think you are the equal of don't have that type of time. I do. This is the off season of insurance. And as a hobby, I have this channel. And I am the least of these, and I'm just going to destroy you. And I know it sounds to some people like I'm just shit talking because we haven't gotten there yet. And that's why I have to do it. And honestly, I feel bad, but somebody has to do it because there are people giving you money. You are using the Torah as a tool to dig with. It is not a shovel. Mashpil geim ade aretz. He throws down the arrogant to the ground. And by the end of this, you're going to wish that you had hit the ground, because this is going to feel like hell, because you just kept digging, just digging. And it was painful. It was really, really painful listening live to you just digging. And I'm going to have to expose it all because you're conning these people. A very nice woman came and commented on my channel, and she has real respect for you. She has real respect for you, and she seemed like a sincere person. And at times, you know, I got the feeling you sometimes admitted you were wrong, and I have to give respect for that. I, I'm not I'm not trying to do you wrong. I am trying to let you understand and your audience to understand that you need to take off the clown nose. You need to take off the clown costume. You need to actually repent before God. And or this is going to be the least of it for your own good and that of your wife and your kids and everybody around you. Repent, because this is wrong, and you should know this is wrong. You have no capacity to be teaching Hebrew to anybody. Certainly not charging for it. Vocab says you charge $300. Like, really? You are stealing people's money like that? I mean, your channel, apparently people are sending you Cash App, PayPal. I'm guessing a lot of them are laughing at you, because I sent this video to friends and family, and like, they were laughing at you because you're a clown. But all you need to do, just comment, sorry, whatever. I'll stop. And you know, you can shut down your channel, and you won't need to be humiliated like this. But I'm gonna have to humiliate you. And honestly, you did it to yourself. I mean, the way you acted, yeah, I'm the tail of a lion, but the tail of a lion, not foxes. I really wish I could speed this up, but because I know he's going to complain about me speeding it up like he did, and obviously I don't want to do what he did to me, which is just go to certain timestamps. I'm gonna have to let it all play, and we're gonna have to sit here for hours watching Zion humiliate himself. So, sorry. Honestly, people, just do yourself a favor and not watch. But if I didn't waste this time, people would continue to think this man is not a clown, and he's a clown. Did I turn the sound off, or is he not speaking? Hold on. Let me just make sure that's not me. No, that shouldn't be me. Okay, so this is 439. Let me just make sure it's him and not me.
Definitely gonna go in.
Yeah. So we were at 439. Just want to be fair. So I mean, I understand audio problems. I've done it too. So and I would forward this, but I don't want you accusing me of making.
What about now? 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 Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Oh, you can hear me now? All right. All right. All right. So let me start over again. Peace to everybody in the building. I am your brother Zion Lexx. Thumb up the video and share the live. Thumb up the video and share the live. It has been brought to my attention recently that there was a discussion between myself, Vocab Malone, Dr. Michael Heiser, and several other people. And that discussion essentially involved Dr. Michael Heiser and Vocab Malone filibustering, making fun of, degrading, saying bad and ill things about what.
Now, this man has the chutzpah to talk about Dr. Michael Heiser, and he doesn't even know, like, as much as I do. And he thinks that Dr. Heiser, like, I would love for Dr. Heiser to pay attention, even know I exist. I'm sure he doesn't. Vocab was doing me a huge favor on coming on a channel this small. It was very Christian of him. And I appreciate it. My channel is tiny. And I mean, honestly, Vocab said you're the best that these people have. And yeah, like you're going to say, I recognize that these people, and no, that's not racist. I know plenty of smart Black people. I know lots of Black people who are much smarter than I am. Much. Dr. Thomas Sowell, whose many outstanding books are all over YouTube for free because he doesn't enforce his copyright. Very, very smart Black man. Professor Glenn Lowry, one of the most brilliant minds in the world, professor of economics at Brown University. Professor John McWhorter, who has written many best-selling books and writes for the New York Times. Mr. Coleman Hughes, who is a very young man and much smarter than I could ever hope to be. So by these people, and just for the ladies, Condoleezza Rice, who I believe was provost or vice provost at Stanford University, Madam Secretary, much smarter than me. Much smarter than me. So, no. This is not racism. When I say these people, I'm being polite. What I should say is these clowns. And that's what you are, a clown. And it's not your race. There are plenty of Black people much smarter than me. That's not you. So, honestly, it's a lot like Vocab says. You know, somebody is really good in high school on whatever athletic team, and they get an athletic scholarship to college, and they think they're going to be professional players, and they get to college and suddenly they realize, oh, I was good at my high school. I might be okay in college, but I'm never going to be a professional. And you just stepped out of kindergarten into elementary school. I am elementary. And this is, you're just gonna completely embarrass yourself. Racist. I actually considered, I thought maybe we could make a little game out of this, and I could take a shot every time you called me a racist. But I can't take that much alcohol. I would die of alcohol poisoning. So I do not suggest everybody at home do not take a drink every time he calls me a racist. Let's count this as number 2. So we'll see. We'll see how many times. And it's because it's all you have. It's everything you have is hiding behind your skin. And just like a white supremacist is stupid for hiding behind their skin and thinking that just because some people who looked like them did something, suddenly they are something. Same thing goes for Black people, because that's not how it works. Just because there are people who look like you doesn't mean you actually have any connection with them at all. But whatever. We're gonna have to do this. I can stop any minute. I know you're watching, so just apologize, and we'll stop.
One of our elders, right? That elder is known as Rudolph R. Windsor in the Israelite community. And so I took liberty at that time to do a response video as a result. All right. I took liberty at that time to do a response video as a result. And so we are definitely going to get it in. We are definitely going to get it in. And I would like to see as many people as possible. Make sure you guys are interacting in the chat room, because I promise you today's live stream is going to be real different. So please be sure to.
I hope it's different. I hope you do not embarrass yourself like this every time.
Interact. Please be sure to comment so as to have a very, very powerful and meaningful discussion.
I tried to comment, and of course, I was immediately hidden because we all know. If you want to comment, I'm not going to hide anything. You want to come into the chat and say whatever you want, there's nothing you can say.
Discussion. Vocab alone has recently elected to go out and get himself a Jewish scholar.
I'm not a scholar. I'm an insurance broker. And you know that. I mean, he evidently went and found everything. Not that I have anything to hide. You can find everything about me. I have nothing to hide. So to call me a scholar already shows your ignorance. I'm not a scholar. Even the people who sometimes come on my channel, who are much more learned and smarter than me, would not call themselves scholars, because we know what real scholars are, and you're just ignorant. So Vocab didn't come and get a Jewish scholar. I asked Vocab to come on my channel, which honestly, I didn't expect him to come on my channel, because he has a much bigger audience than I do. I have something like 300 subscribers, which is 300 more than I deserve, because this is just a hobby. I talk to people on YouTube. Hopefully I am helping people, of course, for free, learn a little bit of Hebrew, just the very basic things. And of course, if they're serious about learning Hebrew, I will tell them to go to a channel like Aleph with Beth, where people who actually know how to teach Hebrew, and even they wouldn't call themselves scholars, even though they're far closer. And then you compare yourself to Dr. Michael Heiser, who has a PhD in Hebrew and lectures all over the world, and you have nothing, completely bankrupt, but just digging and
on the Hebrew language and the Bible to come after me.
If you think I am a scholar, it just shows you. I guess to a kindergartner, a first grader is a genius.
And as you guys know, I love this kind of stuff right here. as you guys know, I really do love and enjoy this type of stuff right here. So what I said to myself is, before I even, plan or strategize my next move, I want to listen to everything that they had to say concerning me and concerning anything.
If he actually listened to everything I had to say, then he wouldn't have made some of these mistakes. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too much into the comments. I'm not going to show too many of the comments, just because honestly we'll be here forever. But yes, like, people are commenting, and honestly, this is just a huge waste of time, because he should know better, and he should at least recognize what he doesn't know. I know what I don't know. If Dr. Michael Heiser were to say, you are making a mistake, I would at least take the time to think about it and repent. Think again.
Thing that I mentioned recently. And so I went on Vocab's channel and I watched all of the videos that he's posted so far about me. And then he has on his channel a very, very recent video of him and another fella.
So no, actually, Vocab only had on his channel a teaser for a segment of the interview that he came and did on my channel. And so, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go into painful detail here, but if I don't, so we're gonna have to go into painful detail here, and I'm sorry, but so he went on my channel and grabbed, obviously what he's going to show is off my channel, and he's only going to show parts of it because he can't answer the actual parts that he doesn't show. My channel's here. Anybody who wants to see can see. It's like
that seem to be discussing my use of the Hebrew language. And, usually I'm not one to, just jump the gun and say things like, let me respond before I actually hear what they have to say. But I got to tell you, boy, when I did this initial response that you're going to hear, it was a very, very straight to the point response. All right. There's a lot of things that I'm gonna show you guys and allow you to hear in a couple of moments. I'm trying to get to the actual video timestamp behind.
So he admits right there, and he couldn't just show my video because he needed to jump timestamps, of course. You're just showing you're behind. You're
behind the scenes. So as soon as I have that video timestamp behind the scenes, we are definitely going to go in. All right.
Why do you need timestamps behind the scenes? I don't have timestamps. I'm just showing your whole video and letting you embarrass yourself.
This is a very, very significant topic. I adjure as many people possible to interact as much as you possibly can, because this is truly going to be a very, very influential as well as learning live stream. I believe that we're going to learn.
You're going to learn
a lot from this live stream. All right. I definitely believe that we're going to learn a lot from this live stream. All right. I almost got that video ready. Just give me a couple seconds. Let me get the timestamp. In the meantime, we're going to hit
What do you need timestamps for?
a quick commercial.
Still haven't tried the Locklicious all natural hair care product line? Well, let's hear what the Lock community has to say about it.
I love how it sprays and how it feels, you guys. Like, it feels so good. And it smells amazing, you guys.
The Lock and Twist moisturizer was really good for me. The hydration mist was phenomenal.
This is bomb, baby. I was really impressed, kind of blown away. And I think that if you're struggling, definitely go check them out.
And check out the 5-star reviews on our website. So, what are you waiting for? Go to locklicious.com to start treating your crown like royalty.
About to get it in. We're about to get started. See, we got a lot of people in the building. Throw up the video, family, and share the live stream. Thumb up the video and share the live stream. Going to be in rare form on this one. Here we go.
I hope this is rare form, because if you humiliate yourself like this on a regular basis, then all the people watching you are watching just to laugh at you.
I'm going to load up that first video right now. I'm not going to waste any time. All right. Can you guys see it? You can. All right, good.
So you'll see it's conversation with Vocab Malone. So this is 31 minutes of 3 hours on my channel. Okay.
I'm going to let this video play.
Except only at the timestamps.
So Vocab Malone decided that he was going to go get a European Jew.
Okay. A European Jew. So one of the first things we said is that I'm not European. And on Vocab's channel, the title calls me Mizrahi. And so what is his confusion here? And so if you actually know your history of the Jewish, Israelite, Hebrew people, you would know that while some people who are European will claim to be Sephardic, so you have Ashkenazi and you have Sephardic, when you say Mizrahi or Edot HaMizrach, which means Eastern, that's what Mizrach means, East. You're talking about the Eastern Jews who are not European. And just because of all your racist bullshit, yes, I did my DNA, and my Y chromosome, which from father to father passes, has been in the same area for thousands of years. And my father's first language, his mother tongue, because his mother taught it to him, was what's called Neo-Aramaic, because it is the Aramaic that has lasted year after year for thousands of years as we have taught Ledor Vador, from generation to generation, like the Bible says, the Jewish people will always be a light onto the nations. So, what is a light? It's something you can see. And throughout history, the Jewish Israelite Hebrew people, just to cover all the words you in English, you make your silly not that it would even matter if I was European, because the word Hebrew, and maybe you don't know this, but you should, Ivri, Ayin Bet Resh, those are called radicals, Shorashim. And the radical, the root, Ayin Bet Resh, means to cross over. That's what it means to be Hebrew, because that's who Abraham was. God says to him, Lech lecha, go, me'artzecha, from your land, mi moladetecha, from the place of your birth, mi beit avicha, from the house of your father, to the land I will show you. And that is why he is a Hebrew, because he crossed over. So these people are converts. And of course, when I ask, and you're going to show this, where did you get this idea that you can't convert to be a part of Israel? Where does it say that? That you cannot convert to be an Ivri, to be a Hebrew? That's what the word means, Hebrew. But you didn't know that, did you? Because you are still working on getting your Aleph, Bet, Vet correct. And how could you, when you don't even know Aleph, Bet, that Ayin, Bet, Resh is the root to cross over? Kindergarten.
To respond to me in place of him. And I got to give him credit. I want to honestly give him credit, because the one thing that's clear is Vocab Malone totally understands that he cannot respond to me at all.
You know, Vocab was nice enough to come on my channel, and that's because he's a very generous person. I have to say that. Not every man who has a channel as large as Vocab's is going to come on a channel as small as mine. And I appreciate that. That was very kind of him. And you should feel honored that Vocab is willing to spend his time on you. Of course, somebody who knows Hebrew is not going to waste their time with you. I barely want to waste my time with you. I have insurance stuff to be doing. This is a waste of my time. And I am the tail of the lion. You're wasting my time. But somebody had to do it because obviously you are defrauding lots of people, which is sad. And these people deserve better. So I'm just going to have to let you humiliate yourself and point out exactly how you humiliate yourself, and you just keep on digging and digging and digging. Stop. Just right now, I know you have my cell phone number. Just call me and say sorry and we'll stop. But we're gonna be here, and this is gonna be on my channel, and I'm gonna get more hate watches on this than on any other video I make, because people are gonna come and just laugh at you showing your behind. Just sad. But you did it to yourself. I warned you. I warned you several times.
And so that's why I give him credit, right? But
maybe because he's used to dealing with Vocab, who is a Christian, and turns the other cheek and loves his enemies. He's not used to somebody who looks at a clown like this. And once again, it has nothing to do with your race. Clown is the costume you put on. It's the makeup. It's not who you are. It's this pretense. You're pretending you know Hebrew, and you show very clearly you don't know anything. Like, I could bring little children in here and they know their alphabet. It's the alphabet. You don't even know that much. And you just, this jive talking. And Vocab's just too nice. And frankly, I wouldn't have bothered with you either. Like, Vocab agreed to come on my channel, so I watched one of your videos because he said that you're one of the best of the Black Hebrew Israelites, and the few people I've ever paid attention to are absolute clowns. And I mean, not really worth paying actual attention to. But I said, you know what? Vocab is being nice. He's doing me a kindness. He's coming on my channel. So what I did before he came on was watch the video of somebody he said actually is the head of these foxes. And that's the video that you saw. And yeah, I didn't watch it before because I'm not going to spend that much time on you. I have a business to run. But so I decided to stream me watching it, and I was watching it for the first time as I was listening to it. And honestly, I didn't think you would actually see it. I would have been a lot nicer if I thought you would see it, because I try not to be mean to the unfortunate, which is you. And I wouldn't have laughed. You know, it's not right to laugh behind the back of the deaf. And that was my mistake. I didn't think you would see it. I'm the least of these. No saint. So, but when you put this video out, and I'm just going to have to humiliate you. So,
To the extent of how much I'd like to give him, I can't. Because after listening to this European Jew speak,
is he dumb? That I thought maybe what's going on is he is so ignorant that he only knows about Ashkenazi and Sephardi. And so when he saw on Vocab's channel that I am Mizrahi, he didn't know what that means. And so he thought I was Ashkenazi. But one of the first things we talk about is the fact I was born in Iran and that my family still speaks Aramaic. So is he saying I'm European because of my skin color? Is it racism? I mean, maybe he's one of the, well, so I tried to be fair to him. I tried listening to some more of his stuff. He apparently came from the Hotep community, and these people have all kinds of silly stuff. So, hello, Jesus is King. You're new here. I mean, this is the least I can do. Yeah, this racist stuff. So, honestly, it's a waste of my time and it's a waste of your time to be watching. But if nobody does it, and I mean, nobody else is going to bother. So, and I mean, you did this to yourself. I warned you. I warned you many times.
I quickly understood that he's a racist.
Racist. Well, okay, I can't change the counter every single time. So let's see how many times he calls me racist, and then we'll stop and update the counter. So I think we're up to 3 now.
And he does everything short of calling black people monkeys.
No. I would never call black people monkeys, because I believe in God. And I believe in creation and Genesis. So I would never call you a monkey. Well, maybe you, but that's because of how you're acting. Has nothing to do, like, when you act like there's an organ grinder next to you and you're dancing. So should I count this as 1 or 2? We'll be nice. So we're still at 3 times he's called me a racist.
In the live stream, by the way. And so he's a blatant racist. You'll be able to
4? Okay, is that fair? 4?
hear it. No cap. I don't have to put words into his mouth. You're going to hear it for yourself. You're going to see for yourself. But first, I'm going to allow them to frame their response to me. All right. Some of the opening minutes had nothing to do with me. So I kind of went straight to the time marker where they start discussing me. And then I'm going to take you to another video because apparently this European Jew really likes me, because he even did another video altogether separate just for me on his YouTube channel. And so we're going to be looking at that as well. And so here we go.
So it's fascinating to like hear them talk. I just discovered one last week that is, because I knew about a general European Israelism, but there's even specific countries that have versions. So Anglo and British Israelism is the main one, but there's this thing called Franco-Israelism. And I watched some lectures by some Franco-Israelites, and it is bizarre. They sound like listening to Hebrew Israelites with the kind of argumentation they use. Yes. Like, it was fascinating. And so, you know, there was something there first, and it seems like some of it must have been directly borrowed. I'll give you a specific. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard this argument? You might appreciate that. Can you imagine if someone was going to do an amateur breakdown of the word British, what they might try to do with it out of Hebrew?
Yeah, go ahead.
Covenant man, right?
British. Yeah.
Yes. So the British Israelites were saying that was evidence they had been established by Hebrews, right? Yeah. Is the fact that they were and the Hebrew's not even right with the way they have to do it. It doesn't really mean the way they're saying it. Yeah. But they try to say, well, this means we're the men of the covenant, right? A lot of the One Westers do the same thing, except they just say this is evidence that up until about King James' reign, there was a black aristocracy that was reigning and ruling Europe. And so the true British rulers at that time were actually themselves. And where's the evidence? Look at the name. And I've never seen Hebrew Israelites use this one yet, but I have seen Anglo Israelites use this with Denmark. They say Dan left his mark. So Denmark is Dan's mark.
All right, guys, I'm going to pause this for a second just to kind of.
I have to apologize for my laugh. I know my laugh is really funky. Sorry about that. Set
you up for something. Again, this guy, not even sure how to pronounce his name, Fatarucci, could be pronouncing it wrong. I could be butchering it, whatever. He's a blatant racist. He's going to make some very, very disgusting remarks about some of the elders in our community. He's going to be extremely disrespectful towards our culture, which is to be expected. We got to have
respect is earned. Respect is earned. And you have done nothing to earn any respect. And what's worse than that is you're a clown. And how do you respect a clown? Even if there was a presumption of respect, why would I respect a clown?
Tough skin, right? We can't be out here talking tough to people and not expect to get the same response.
He's right about that.
But I got to tell you, when he looked at the video and he says to Vocab, you know, it was hard watching this Zion guy. I mean, you know, all the jewelry, the bling. It was like we were watching Mr. T.
Okay, I'm gonna have to explain this. Obviously, in the 80s, you had very stereotypical portrayals of Black people on television. Now, I would not have made that comment if I thought he would be watching. But so my bad. But when you play into a stereotype like that, what are you doing?
And so y'all don't gotta believe me. I'm literally gonna let you see the blatant racism for yourself. And then I'll begin to comment when it's necessary.
So was that 1 or 2? I think we're up to 6 now. Let me know.
You know, and on it goes. I'm not even joking. It's really wild stuff.
These people are such clowns. I
They take it very seriously, though. They take it.
By the way, I want you guys to pay very, very special and close attention to Federucci's continual use of the term "these people," "you people."
You people? I don't think I ever said you people. I said these people because I'm talking about the clowns, which you are. A clown.
You all know how racists speak about Black people, right?
1.
I want everybody to pay very, very close attention to the amount of times he continues to say, "these people," "you people."
And we'll pay attention to how many times he tries to pull his racist card, because that's all he has. And you picked the wrong person. And honestly, it's like if a few of his people came on my business Facebook and were calling me a racist, and it's like being called a racist by the Black Hebrew Israelites, like, you have no credibility. You have zero credibility with anybody. So it's like being called a racist by Black Hebrew Israelites, as if the whole world hasn't seen and laughed at you. I'm sure everybody's seen the videos of these clowns be clowning themselves, and what is racist is thinking that this is how all Black people behave, which obviously they do not. If you look at Zion Lexx and what you see is Black people, then yeah, you're a racist. Because none of the Black people I know stand on street corners and yell all kinds of profanities at people. None of the Black people I know stand on street corners at all. But that's because I actually know Black people. And maybe you get away with this with somebody who's never actually met a Black person, maybe. But you're not going to get away with it with me. So I'm gonna lose count on this racist stuff. If somebody wants to keep, so yeah, should be at 6. Yeah, let's. I mean, do not take a shot. Do not take a shot. You'll be under the table.
Cool. Because we all know how racists speak about Black people, right? All right.
Was reigning and ruling Europe. And so the true British rulers at that time were actually themselves. And where's the evidence? Look at the name. And I've never seen Hebrew Israelites use this one yet, but I have seen Anglo-Israelites use this. With Denmark, they say Dan left his mark. So Denmark is Dan's mark, you know? And on it goes. I'm not even joking. It's really wild stuff.
These people are such clowns.
They take it very seriously, though. They take it very seriously, you know? That's what's so bizarre.
You mentioned this guy, Zion Lexx.
Zion Lexx, yes.
Yes. So I listened to one of his recent streams. It was Hebrew Israelites for Dummies.
Oh.
And I just took the 4 out, Hebrew Israelite Dummies. And I went through it kind of in preparation of my...
By the way, y'all, he's not playing. That video that you see me put out last week, that is entitled Hebrew for Dummies. You know, I have a book like that, by the way. You know, everything I do is always strategic, right? I have a book entitled...
Everything he does is strategic. So I guess him humiliating himself like he's going to, and it's going to get painful. Honestly, watching this live, I was like, stop digging. But
Hebrew for Dummies. All right, I have a book entitled...
And the soundboard, lay off of it. Even the comments on his stream, people are like, lay off the soundboard. Like, why do you have to clown yourself like this? I guess it's entertaining. You're an entertainer, but then you claim to be an educator. Which one are you? And honestly, certainly not an educator. You have nothing to teach. And that's unfortunate for the people who are actually looking for an education. There are so many resources out there, and it pains me to think that there are honest, God-loving, God-fearing people out there who are going to listen to this guy and think that he actually knows anything, and they're going to waste precious moments of their life on this. And I hope to God you don't need to watch this to know that. But I mean, if one person needs to listen to me explain exactly why, and this guy, he's the best they have. That's the sad part. You know, it's like as if I were some great rabbi or some scholar or something, and then I was showing my behind like he is, and somebody came and humiliated me, like somebody who's an absolute nothing. I'm the tail of the lion. I'm going to be shitting all over you.
Hebrew for Dummies. And in this book, Hebrew for Dummies, it basically gives you all of the general outlines of the Hebrew language, right? It's not able to take you all the way there to be able to read or speak, but it certainly is a dynamic start, right? And it's certainly a place where a person who is completely uninterested in Hebrew, but somehow may have to.
Thank you. I turned off because there was an ambulance going by. So if you're if you want to learn Hebrew, there are lots of great resources out there. Biblical Hebrew, Aleph with Beth, great free. For there's a website, Hebrew for Christians, and if you're a Jew, a Hebrew, an Israelite, whatever you are, then go ahead and ask your parents or your rabbi, because that's what a rabbi is a teacher, and your rabbi should be able to teach you. And if that person doesn't know Hebrew, maybe you need a teacher who knows Hebrew. This is honestly this waste of time.
To either write a book, briefly about the Hebrew language whatsoever, then people utilize books like this, right? Books like this are made for all types of genres, right? Cooking for dummies, spelling for dummies, reading for dummies. There's all kind of books that are made like that. And so I did a video entitled
There's a book, Reading for Dummies? I guess it's possible, but how do you read a book for dummies?
Last week, Hebrew Israelite for Dummies. And it was kind of along the lines of this book, right? Which essentially is because so many people have a very bad or piss poor understanding of what it.
Now, I don't know why he's bothering with this, because obviously it's a slightly clickbaity title. Hebrew Israelites are dummies, although it's also true. But
it means to be a Hebrew Israelite. I decided to do a video on it. And Vocab Malone tells this racist Jew to go on my
what are we up to as far as racist? 7
YouTube channel, to study me, which I enjoy. Not too much, because not that many people follow him. He averages less than 100 views on his videos.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hobby channel I have in my off hours. Oops. Hold on, can you hear me or can't you? No, my mic should be working. So I'm glad I didn't make fun of him for his technical problems at the beginning. Okay, so people can hear me. Okay. But
what he did was he took the cover photo and title of my YouTube video, Hebrew Israelites for Dummies, and he entitled his video, Hebrew Israelites Are Dummies. And so y'all know we're about to enjoy today's live stream, right? And when I start getting out of hand and out of control, just know he deserves it.
For my discussion, I mean, well, I was impressed. He knows a lot more Hebrew than a lot of these people do. A lot of them, when I start speaking Hebrew, I mean, I've only spoken.
They say.
All right. Again, you're gonna hear him say that his initial impression of me is that he's impressed.
Honestly, until he made this video, I thought he knew a lot more Hebrew, and then he made this video, and I'm watching, and it's like, oh, stop digging, and it's going to be painful. It is. I really thought he knew more than this.
I know a lot more Hebrew than what he's used to hearing from the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, he knows some. Well, I mean, if you can call what he knows some, like kindergarten, it's better than preschool, and Lashawan Kadash, like, that's, baby babble, obviously. So, like, how low can you go? Like, I'm embarrassed for him. I really am. I'm embarrassed for him. It's like, if maybe I was some sort of rabbi or scholar or something. I'm an insurance broker, and I do this for a hobby. I have this tiny channel, which honestly, I'm surprised I have. Like, so I have some friends who subscribe and we chat and stuff. Like, right? It's not like I don't have a Patreon and right, and I'm not taking money. I'm an amateur, and you are going to just destroy yourself. And honestly, mashpil geim adei haaretz, God throws down the arrogant to the ground, and then they just keep on digging. It was painful. I was watching live. I tried commenting, but of course they had hid me. I would have stopped you. I honestly, I would have stopped you, because
and so, just like Vocab Malone and his piss poor way of throwing what he deems as a compliment, even though any intelligent person will tell you that's not a compliment. It's
oh yeah. Oh no. Saying that you're the best of the African Hebrew Israelites, yeah, that's not a compliment. That's an insult. That's definitely an insult.
It's actually,
he's right. Any intelligent person knows that being the best of the Black Hebrew Israelites, that's an insult. And he's right. Every intelligent person knows that.
disrespectful the way it was framed.
Like, is there any rhyme or reason to the way he's using the soundboard? Or does he just play random sounds to give him time to think? And the comments on his own video, and of course, he hides the comments from anybody who criticizes him. Well, I guess, I mean, these were the best comments. We're like, dude, lay off the soundboard. I might just take the racist card declined counter off because I'm not paying attention. Like, if somebody's paying attention, let me know what we're up to. But like, yeah,
he does the same thing. And so, hang on.
Dan left his mark. So Denmark is Dan's mark, you know, and on it goes. I'm not even joking. It's really wild stuff.
These people are such clowns. I
take it very seriously, though. They take it very seriously. You know, that's what's so bizarre.
You mentioned this guy Zion Lexx.
Zion Lexx, yes.
Yes. So I listened to one of his recent streams. It was Hebrew Israelites for Dummies, and I just took the 4 out. Hebrew Israelite Dummies, and I went through it kind of in preparation of for my discussion. I was impressed. He knows a lot more Hebrew than a lot of these people do. A lot of them, when I start speaking Hebrew, I've only spoken to a few of them, but they will tell me that I speak Yiddish.
Yeah, which is bizarre. I mean, I always tell them, go listen, go click on a link online somewhere where a person's speaking Yiddish and tell me that's the same thing. It's like evident. Yiddish sounds very Germanic, for lack of a better phrase. It just sounds.
It is a Germanic language.
Yeah, you can just tell it right away. Language. You know.
Yes. Yeah. And so, yeah. So I was trying to understand his arguments and finding refutations. A lot of them, they seem to be on the patrilineal descent thing, that being Jewish is through your father, not through your mother.
Oh yeah, they have to.
And obviously this is all wrong, and he has no basis for this. And I think he skips where I talk about Ezra and where I explain why he's wrong and stuff. And of course, I think he's about to skip. Honestly, if he was worth my time, I would have prepared more. But
they're all about that. Zion Lexx did a recent discussion where he got into the rabbinical reasons for that and dissected them. And you know what's interesting, because when you listen to it, Zion Lexx is an interesting character because sometimes he has some interesting thoughts and will be examining things, and you can kind of appreciate his approach, especially if you listen to a lot of this other stuff. And then it'll go from that to kind of just being very childish, you know, where he's talking and he's like, listen.
And vocab really breaks this down. I mean, Zion is actually my age. So I heard him talking, and like, he has kids of his own. And I mean, maybe it would be excusable if he was much younger, but at my age,
I am the one who should be teaching you. You should not be critiquing me. You should instead be learning from me.
Yeah, the soundboard. Yeah. The soundboard just killed me. He is, and all the jewelry. I mean, it was straight out of Mr. T.
Well, that stuff. I mean, that's stuff I saw growing up. So that doesn't bother me. Even the sound, I just tell them, look.
Wow. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? I'm gonna roll back that beam footage again. Did he just say in all the jewelry? That reminds me of Mr. T. This is interesting. So he's going to disrespect later on one of my elders who started, his work starts here in New York City, Brooklyn, New York to be exact. He's very well known here in the Israelite community in North America. His name is Cohen Mikael Ben Levi.
Like, what's the sound for when you say somebody's name?
And his work in the Israelite community goes all the way back to the 70s. All of his children are born in this way of life, and he has children who are well over 50 years old, by the way.
50 years old. Dude, you're talking about a tradition that's thousands of years old.
So that means he has children older than this guy. And you're going to hear him later refer to Kohen Mikhail Ben Levi in a very, very nasty way. But I'm going to just play some more of this video to just cause you first to understand that. You see, now the mood of the trade is shifting, right? Because, you know, when we disseminate information and we're debating, you know, sometimes we throw shots. And usually the shots that we throw are to the point, right? Like I felt that vocab's flunkies were on K2 based on some of the things that they were saying, right? And so vocab took great offense to that, as you're going to hear in a couple of moments. And you're going to hear him say that he usually appreciates my information. But when I got childish and referred to his friend as a possible drug user in front of a bodega taking K2, that kind of turned him off from me. This is vocab saying that turned him off from me, which I think is interesting because what he then does is you invite a blatant racist. That's how you respond. So I refer to some of the warped out understanding conveyed from your group, right, as
your group,
drug-like or drug userish, and then you invite a blatant racist to respond to me. That's what we're doing.
Because sometimes he has some interesting thoughts and will be examining things, and you can kind of appreciate his approach, especially if you listen to a lot of this other stuff. And then it'll go from that to kind of just being very childish, you know, where he's talking and he's like, listen, I am the one who should be teaching you. You should not be critiquing me. You should instead be learning from me.
Yeah. I think what vocab fails to realize is that I was very specific. And if you guys remember the live stream that I did just 2 days ago, I was very specific. I pointed at the camera and I said, you cannot critique me because you don't possess the criteria, the know-how, nor the skill set to set yourself up as an authority to critique someone on a language that you know you don't read or speak.
I actually have to wonder, I mean, I think vocab does know more than Zion, but he doesn't pretend because, well, you'll see how he embarrasses himself.
And I said, that doesn't mean that I can't be critiqued because I am a man and I'm far from reproach. And so I accept criticism, but you can't critique me in a language that we all know you don't read or speak. But apparently what I said was so offensive.
I'm pretty sure vocab knows more Hebrew than he does. From just talking to vocab, I think vocab actually understands more about the Hebrew language, but he doesn't pretend. And so somebody who doesn't know wouldn't know.
Me telling him the truth that you, vocab, and I'm speaking to you because we know you're watching, but I'm going to say it to you again. You don't have the know-how nor the skill set to critique me. Even when you repeat what I said just now, notice the word you used in repeating me. You. I was talking to you and your cronies. None of you speak the language. None of you read it. So how could you dare critique me on it? You tried to critique me on my understanding of Metametra or hieroglyphs. None of you read or speak it. You tried to critique me on my understanding of Hebrew. None of you read or speak it. So I was absolutely right in saying that none of you have the right or authority to critique me.
I really have to wonder if this is how he uses people's own humility against themselves, because I know plenty of people who they will not, even though they can tell, like, you're speaking Lashawan Kadash, right? Because they don't know Hebrew well enough to know, oh, well, maybe he is speaking a dialect, or maybe people with actual humility, and so this works. This type of projection works, and yeah, I mean, you get that. You can play people. You can play people's humility, and that's. I'm guessing that's mostly what he does.
But apparently, it got you so pissed off that you decided to call up a blatant racist.
First of all, Vocab didn't call me up. I asked him. Vocab has better things to do. I had a discussion with him. He has a pretty big channel. I thought it would be interesting to my friends who watch my channel. Yeah, I guess we're up to 9 now. And so I asked Vocab. So, and if he had paid attention, and later on he's going to say, play the whole video, and why don't you watch the whole thing? And and it's like, dude, you're at least bother to watch that whole video.
One of your friends, I wonder if the phone number for this guy is so handy because y'all may belong to the same groups.
I don't know if he's talking about the fact my cell phone number is on the internet, which it is. If you want to call me, feel free. I pick up. Not going to promise I want to talk to you if you're, and if you want to come down to my office, I'm right across from the Walmart here. So like, Social Security is on the 2nd floor. I'm on the 4th floor. Just ask the secretary for Jacob. Well, make an appointment first because I'm not always here. So if you want to come to my office, I will buy you coffee, or we can go out for a drink. So like, I don't know if that's what he's talking about, because later on he's definitely going to be like doxing type stuff. So I don't know if that's what he's talking about right now. But again, Vocab is a big channel. People are interested in what he has to say. I invited him onto my channel to have a discussion, and he was kind enough to come on. And honestly, I mean, I wasn't expecting to really teach Vocab anything, because Vocab is the expert, and he is. I mean, from everything I've heard, he knows a lot more about all the various, like, I could never keep up with all this bullshit. And they have all these camps, and they have all these, like, they call themselves all kinds of things, and like some of them are vegetarians, and some of them are this, and some of them are that, and it's like, and Vocab knows all this stuff, and yeah, I'm certainly not going to bother. And honestly, it's because Vocab is a Christian. That's why he's this nice.
Because those that wear the white sheets, they don't really care at the end of the day what a person's view is.
Yeah, those who wear white sheets, yeah. If you're talking about the KKK, yeah, they don't care what your view is. That's why I bothered to listen to you. My first impression was, hey, maybe this guy actually knows what he's talking about. And honestly, before this video, I did not realize how little he knows. Yeah, I think we're up to 10 now. Don't take it. Don't. This is not the drinking game you want to play. You know what? I am actually okay. So Ben, I'm gonna make you the account keeper. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. But yeah, it's like if I didn't care what your views were, I wouldn't have watched your video. And honestly, seeing how little you know, I wouldn't have watched this carefully. And you did a response video, so I had to listen, and I would have warned you. I was there listening live. I would have said, stop digging. But you'll see he just digs, and yeah, it's sad.
They don't care about vocab's Christian religious views. What they will care about is joining him to take down a black man. So it's interesting for
take down a black man. No, to take down a clown. Don't insult black men by calling yourself a black man. And certainly don't insult Hebrews and Israelites and Jews by calling yourself a Hebrew or an Israelite or a Jew. You're a clown. That's what you are. You don't have to be. Nobody's born a clown. You put on the big shoes and the funny clothing and the nose, and you don't have to be. You could stop being a clown any moment. This is not the fault of your mom. This is not the fault of your dad. This is your fault. You're a 40-year-old man, and you're just going to embarrass yourself.
vocab that you're actually showing us who you are, because in a couple of moments everybody's going to see that the person you invited on is a blatant racist, and then what does that say about you?
If you listen to a lot of this other stuff, and then it'll go from that to kind of just being very childish, where he's talking and he's like, listen, I am the one who should be teaching you. You should not be critiquing me. You should instead be learning from me.
Yeah, the soundboard.
Yeah.
The soundboard just killed me. He is, and all the jewelry. I mean, it was straight out of Mr. T.
Well, that stuff, that's stuff I saw growing up. So that doesn't bother me. Even the sound, I just tell them, look, if you're going to do it, man, you need to turn it down, the gain. It's like double, your gain is way too loud. The mic's distorted. Go with the sound effects. Lean into it. It's all good. Maybe do it a little bit less, because it gets, but you got to get their volumes right. It's this distortion. But, he'll do something that seems like, oh, this is a fascinating discussion. And then he'll deviate and kind of, frankly, devolve into like pure childish kind of antics, where he was recently accusing one of my friends he's trying to be funny, but of smoking synthetic weed and of all this horrible stuff. And it's just like, dude, let's just stick with the issues here, man. Like, what is this?
I noticed that he's honestly, I have to admit, like, if I actually thought that Zion would listen to my channel, which I mean, I only listened to his channel because I was preparing for vocab coming on my channel. So, I mean, and vocab mentioned him, and it's like, he started calling you names instead of vocab Malone. He's calling you all cap. Like, I don't even have 1,000 subscriptions. A YouTube channel with less than 1,000 subscriptions, that's not a serious YouTube channel. Like, why would you pay attention to such a small channel? Alone.
Oh yeah, all lies is what that means. And
okay. I'm like, I didn't even understand.
Well, okay. Culture. It's all right. He's just saying. He's saying all I do is lie. That's what he's saying. I don't mind a little bit of that because there's an element of entertainment on the internet. So I don't take the stuff personal. But I'm just like, look, let's get to the issues. So the way he presents himself is if he cannot be questioned on Hebrew. But I know for a fact, and there's times where he makes mistakes. I'm going to do a show actually on this Friday, and he does make mistakes. So it's like, look, Socrates along the lines of the wisest person.
Just a thought. Let me say this really quick. Just a thought. So I challenged Vocab Malone to a debate and his master teacher, Dr. Michael Heiser. If I'm making mistakes with the language, why not come on my platform and debate?
You want Dr. Heiser to come on your platform and debate you? Like, this man is a PhD in biblical Hebrew. You don't know your Aleph and Bet. I'm guessing he's saying this because he knows Dr. Heiser's not going to bother, right? So he keeps on pulling on the lion's tail because he knows the lion's not going to bother, but he pulled on the lion's tail, and now he's going to get shit on.
Meet me one-on-one live, and you can invite any teacher of your choice. Why not do that?
Because nobody's going to bother with you. Why would anybody bother with you? I am bothering with you. And I probably shouldn't be, but I've got nothing better to do. and you just humiliated yourself so much. Oh, Zion Lexx is here. Zion Lexx is here. You know what? I'm tempted. I am tempted, but we'll be here forever. And I'm pretty sure the only reason you're here is to filibuster so we don't see the rest of this. And so I'll try to get through this as soon as possible. And if you still want to come on afterwards, yeah, I got all night. I'm gonna have to stay here. I mean, it's gonna take hours, but if one person sees, all we need is 15 minutes tops. Tell you what, come back at the end, or we'll do it some other day. I will have you on for as long as you like. No worries. Okay, Zion. I told you you humiliate yourself, and okay, I mean okay, okay. Okay? This is what you want. This is what you're going to get.
Why is it so much a better idea for you to throw rocks and stones but then hide hands? Meaning, do videos.
Now, I was listening live at this, and I tried to warn him, but he you embarrassed yourself, Zion. That's the thing. I realize you want me to stop because you don't want me to show the rest of this. I'm sorry, but people, we're gonna have to do this. And honestly, I would have stopped you if you were just a little bit more open. I would have stopped you. But I understand you're here to stop me from showing the rest of this, and I would be too. I mean, frankly, I thought you would take the video down. I would have taken the video down. I really would have. It's just embarrassing.
About me, talking nasty about me, and then when I respond, you and your feelings. So I'm supposed to just sit here and allow you to upload dozens of videos of your flunkies who've been talking about me for over a year now. I guess I was supposed to sit back and not say anything, right? Dare I respond? Now you in your feelings. I said it the initial time and I say it again. Until you, vocab, step in this arena and have a...
You're absolutely right, Zion. I have like 5 people watching, and you are 100% correct that it is going to be really, really humiliating, because I'm an insurance broker, Zion. This is a hobby. I don't have a channel. This is not a real channel. And you're just going to humiliate yourself on it, like, I will stop. I will stop if you just apologize. I will stop. But
a one-on-one discussion with me, you are a coward.
I did not hide you on my channel. You hid me on your channel. My comment, and I showed it at the very beginning. I put the comment there. You obviously were hiding the comment. So who's the coward? Okay. And by the way, I will have you on whenever you want in the future. Well, obviously I have a job. So, right, like, but I'll have you on. I will have you on. No problem. I'll let you respond. But people, I mean, anybody who's going to see this really needs to see this, because you were just digging and digging and digging and digging, and it's like, stop digging.
Intellectually speaking, because if you have an issue with someone and that person has publicly stated that they're willing to have a dialogue, discussion, or debate with you on said issues, then why not meet up with them? Just a thought. It could be me, y'all, but just a thought.
Is the person who realizes they don't know anything. And even Elon Musk recently said, when you start a business, you start assuming you're wrong and then try to be less wrong as you go on. There's a certain level of, let's have some humility here. And then it's like, okay, hey, we all make mistakes. But, when these folks kind of put themselves.
Vocab really calls it. Vocab really knows this guy. And Zion, you're just insulting yourself. Of the 2 people watching, you're obviously one of them. So, like, are you used to doing this? Are you like, Who are you kidding? There are two people watching, and you're one of the two. I tried. I won't beg a grown man to have a conversation. Clowns. I'll be live tomorrow with more views than you and vocab combined. Clowns. Well, I would hope you have more people than me. It's a tiny thing. Idiot. That means I'm giving you views. You are. Oh, you have my channel like has grown. Definitely. I mean, I have no idea why you're giving me views. Oh, come on. Now, come on. Really? You're going to make fun of my last name? Really? Okay, let's get through this. And I will have you on, Zion, once you've had a chance to destroy yourself.
Stuff is like these flawless, and it's like, yo, I've seen real scholars of Hebrew, like autodidactic has its place and even experience has its place, but there's
and vocab is really kind to him, and he's right, you know. And frankly, you have to give it to Zion. Obviously, he had to teach himself. I hope.
That doesn't mean there's no problem.
Let me just tell y'all really quick. I gotta give a commentary and translation as he's speaking. When Vocab Malone said just now that, let me tell you something, I've seen real scholars of Hebrew, what he really means to say is, I know white scholars.
It's the race card again. He has nothing to say. Nissim Black. He speaks Hebrew. Nissim Black knows Hebrew. He's black. He knows Hebrew. Much better than I do. Of course, he's not going to bother with you.
That actually know Hebrew. That's what he's really trying to say.
You only wish Nissim would bother with you. Why would he? Why would he? He's got better things to do. I'm bothering with you.
And because we're intelligent, we can read behind the line. We know exactly what you'd like to say. It's just that you don't have the testicular fortitude to actually say it. But this Peter guy, I got to tell you, I enjoy him. Boy, oh boy, I enjoy this Federucci guy, Jacob Federucci, I believe his name is. I'm really
Faturecci. Jacob's fine.
Enjoying this guy because he says it with his chest out, and I can respect that.
I say everything with my chest out, but if I was a racist, if then I would say it. I would say it. Why wouldn't I say it? But I mean, I don't know what the racist number is up to.
I like my racist open, not closet. So if you want us to put a little bit more respect on you, Vocab Malone, then come out the closet.
Is that like some sort of thing on his sexuality or something?
Here. And you got to recognize that. So being better than everyone else, you know, it's like going from there's a triple A, there's a double A, there's a single A in baseball, and there's the major leagues. And so you gotta kind of understand that and say, okay, here's where I'm at, and be honest and frank. But it's hard for a lot of these guys to do this. There's a lot of bluffing that happens in this religion. Now, again, I try to give Zion Lexx compliments on his ability when I was on with Heiser. The fascinating thing is, because you mentioned this, he took umbrage to it, and that's how this whole back and forth started. He took umbrage to it, saying, "Oh, he's being patronizing. This is actually white supremacy, yada yada yada." And it was just bizarre. It's like, well, okay. And then a lot of his behavior and his responses kind of changed my ideas. I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't be complimenting this guy in public so much anymore because he's a little less different than some of his co-religionists than I thought.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it. But I don't know. Did you hear anything in the Hebrew that he presented that would be interesting? Sorry, I don't mean to go too long on this.
We can. I mean, it's a conversation. I really did not mean to. I mean, obviously, I actually thought they were slight mistakes. I didn't realize how bad his Hebrew was, and You did it to yourself, Zion. You did it to yourself. Your valuable time. But the thing that I found was most interesting. First of all, he doesn't know how to say his chaz, so he just says ka, which okay. So notice I said he doesn't know how to say his chaz. He just says ka, right? And sometimes he does say cha, and I mean, I'm sorry I have to go into painful detail here, but I do. So in biblical Hebrew, right, there is a difference between het and chaf, okay? And you'll see he actually does explain it a little bit, and I thought maybe he understood, but then he goes on, and so somebody who actually knows Hebrew, right, most people don't make a big deal between the het and the chaf, right? And especially if you're talking about biblical Hebrew, I mean, there are biblical Hebrew scholars which so the kaf they will always say as kaf, even if it's like a kaf sofit, because then you're not changing the meaning of the word, right? So but some places it actually changes the meaning of the word, right? So for example, if you say ach, right, and so aleph het means brother, or if you say ach, right, and it's aleph chaf, then that means only. And if you say ak, well, I mean, maybe you're confusing it with your kuf, right? And some people actually, Persians actually say kuf. But like the gutturals, I grew up Persian. My first language was Persian, so I can say my chafs, right? Because khe is a sound I grew up with. And if you don't grow up with a sound, you don't have the ear, that makes sense. That happens, right? That's a normal thing. And for people who learn a language later on, I mean, the thing is, when it makes a difference, it's really important not to make the mistake, right? And you'll notice both he didn't hear what I said, and then later he says kirik instead of chirik. Now that makes a difference, because at the beginning of a word it's always k, right? So there's no chaf at the beginning of a word. At the beginning of the word, it can only be het if it's a chet sound, right? So if it's a chaf, like he talks about, you would never say chirik, you would never say kirik, right? Because kirik tells you, so the example he gives is Tanakh and Tanakh, right? And yeah, it's more correct to say Tanakh with a chaf sofit, like he says. But if you say Tanakh, you're not changing the meaning of the word, because a kaf and a chaf, the dagesh doesn't change the meaning usually. There are places where the dagesh does, and obviously he doesn't know his dagesh, as he'll show, which is the sad part. So he shows his ignorance, and so when you're actually speaking the language, right? So it makes a difference, and the meaning is different, right? So then people are a little bit more careful, and if you're not good at saying your ches, right? So what you'll do is, if you're gonna say het, right, you'll even make it maybe an H sound, huh, or a heavy huh sound. If I mean that's what I would teach if somebody was having difficult with their ch sound, right? So for a hut, you can kind of make it a heavy hey sound, and then for your chaf, you can stick with a cuff. So, but he doesn't do that, and you'll see. If you're actually trying to speak Hebrew and you say ka instead of cha, well, it's just going to destroy your ability to speak. And what he had on the and I'm serious about it'll destroy your ability to speak because you won't be able to be understood, right? So that's why somebody who actually speaks the language realizes when this is important and when it's not.
This is so silly. Did he just say if you're actually trying to speak Hebrew, then you should say ka instead of ka?
No, I didn't. That's not what I said at all. But I guess he can't hear the ch sound because he's not used to it. And look, it's understandable, but don't charge people to teach Hebrew. Like there are things I can't read and like I don't know Chinese because I can't do the tones. So I don't go around teaching Chinese.
Do y'all see how silly this is? I'm gonna play that part back again. He says, he doesn't know how to pronounce his cars. Like he's supposed to say ka, but instead he says ka.
And then that's not what happened.
What? So let me first correct him, because what he really wants to say is the letter kaf without a dagesh, it has the same sound as the letter chet, a guttural sound. Right?
Well, actually, okay, it doesn't have the same sound. It is slightly different, but a lot of people, especially in modern Hebrew, will not differentiate.
So when you go to pronounce words like, let's say, the Tanakh.
And honestly, like I didn't mean to make this a big part of it, and it's not a big part of the rest of the conversation that we had, but of course he's playing this part and he's focusing on it because he thinks he's got me, and he shows his behind.
If you say Tanakh, that won't be perfect biblical Hebrew. But if you said Tanakh, that would be perfect biblical Hebrew, because you're pronouncing the Kaf Sufit in the same way or very similar to how you pronounce the letter Chet, which is a guttural letter. That's what he means to say. But instead he says it so similarly. So again, how are you critiquing me when you can't even properly explain the position you hold?
First of all, I'm not a Hebrew teacher. I'm not. I'm an insurance broker. Second, yeah, and Tanakh isn't a biblical Hebrew word, but yeah. But like, you're the one who decided to go down this road. You are the one who decided to go down this road. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy.
And this is what is silly to me about these guys. Like, your racism is so stink and staunch that it's affecting your ability to...
What number are we up to with the race? I should have kept the racist count.
Comprehend and articulate with, significant common sense. You can't even articulate your position correctly. He doesn't know how to say his cars. He should be saying car, but instead he says ka. What?
Okay. And then, a lot of his behavior and responses kind of changed my ideas. I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't be complimenting this guy in public so much anymore, because he's a little less different than some of his co-religionists than I thought.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it. But I don't know. What did you hear anything in the Hebrew that he presented that would be interesting? Sorry, I don't mean to go too long on this.
We can. I mean, it's a conversation. It's your valuable time. But the thing that I found was most interesting. First of all, he doesn't know how to say his chaz, so he just says ka, which, if you're actually trying to speak Hebrew and you say ka instead of cha, well, it's just going to destroy your ability to speak. And what he had on the splash screen at the very beginning, it's written Israelim, right? Except it's miswritten. I mean, it doesn't have an aleph in Israel, and then so you write Hebrew differently if you're writing with or without. So pay attention. So you write Hebrew differently if you're writing with or without vowels. Okay? So when you're writing with vowels, every consonant pretty much needs a vowel. Okay? Certainly in the middle of a thing, of a word. So one consonant, one vowel, even if it's a shva, right? And so when you're writing without, you will use what vocab clearly he calls, in English, it's called a mater lectionis, right? Which is supposed to help you read it, but it doesn't change the meaning. Okay. And I mean, I wouldn't be going into all this stuff. It is a bit petty, but he just digs and digs and digs and digs. And so vocab, who supposedly knows less than this guy, says it, understands what I'm saying clearly, but Zion doesn't. So he's saying that vocab cannot understand. Right, exactly. So yeah, writing, but in Hebrew we call it chaser and maleh, right? So vocab understands what I'm saying because he has actually taken courses in Hebrew, and you know, he told me he's not very comfortable in it, so he doesn't, you know, he doesn't pretend, but he understands what I'm talking about. But the supposed teacher, even though I explained it, and then he's going to try to explain it, and then it was just painful. And you'll see. Well, I'll point it out as we go along. And I understand why he came on, and he was like trying to come on because he doesn't want me to go through it, and I wouldn't either. But sometimes with adding an aleph, you know what? Aleph and hey can be part of maleh and chaser. I don't actually know my grammar well enough to really like make that distinction. But again, I'm not charging people to teach. Like, how many times do I have to say it? I'm an insurance broker. This is a tiny channel. You're pulling on the tail of the lion. The tail of the lion. I'm a nobody. You know, earlier, what did he say? 2 people watching. Are you serious? And he's one of them. Like, what does that say about you? Like, this is a channel some of my friends watch. Like, okay, I have a few I have a few videos that a few people watched. Like okay, but this is a hobby. just, and honestly, just apologize and I'll stop. Just apologize and I'll stop. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I would have stopped him from digging. And he does it to himself. He does it to himself. Without, with or without the nekudot, the vowels. So unvocalized Hebrew, when there's a chirik, you'll sometimes put two yuds right after each other. So again, so if it's unvocalized, right, sometimes for a chirik, right, you will use a yud where it's a chirik chaser in the vocalized text. Okay, so when it was vocalized, if there's no yud, but you are then writing it without vowels, in order to indicate the chirik, you will add an extra yud, right? You will add an extra yud. So if vocalized, it is a chirik chaser, right? Then when you write it unvocalized, you will then add an extra yud to show that there is a chirik there. Okay? I hope this is clear. Okay? If it's vocalized and it's a chirik male, okay, so you leave it a chirik male, right? You can when you, well, okay. Sometimes even then, you wouldn't, because when you understand the language, so Hebrew has biblical, well, modern Hebrew too, has a singular and a plural like we have in English, right? So let's say you're saying days, right? If you're saying one day, you can say yom in Hebrew. And if you're saying many days, you can say yamim, right? And if you're saying 2 days, so there's a dual form in Hebrew, you would say yomayim, okay? Yomayim means 2 days. Chodshayim means 2 months, okay? So when you speak the language and it's an unvocalized text, sometimes in order to give clues, you will use these mater lecciones to help people read it, because it can sometimes be difficult to read correctly in context, right? So somebody who knows what they're talking about, who understands the language, will then be careful when they are writing an unvocalized text, okay? So when you're writing an unvocalized text, you have to be more careful, right? But if it's a vocalized text, then it's just vocalized, right? So it's obvious. How do you say 2 months in ah? I thought you were asking a real question, Ben. Lashawan Kadash. I don't know how you say 2 months in Lashawan Kadash. And so apparently he took somebody else's thing and then put, and I was being nice, okay? Now, I didn't go into this with vocab, but when I was trying to figure out what this guy was saying, so what I did was I actually did look up, and I did find Exodus 3:18, which is what he's showing. And I'll tell you why I looked it up. Because I thought that what he must have done, this was my guess, right? So biblical Hebrew, and if you have an actual biblical text and he'll show you, it also has these extra marks called cantillation marks, okay? So you have the consonants, which is called the consonantal text, right? So an actual scroll, and most books, most things only have the consonantal text, okay? Usually. Then you have the vocalizations, right? The nekudot, that's menukad, means with the dots, the nekudot, right? So that's called the vocalization, and that tells you how to vocalize it, which helps you understand and speak, right? And then, because the Tanakh is actually chanted, right? Because it is chanted, it has cantillation marks. And these cantillation marks, which I actually don't know myself, another reason why, like, I don't teach bar mitzvah or anything like that, because I don't know the cantillations, right? I'm not very musical. Again, I'm the tail of the lion, right? Like, I can't even teach bar mitzvah kids. I can't, because I don't know the cantillations. I don't know how to chant the music, right? So if when you're preparing for your bar mitzvah, and I never learned. I'm not a particularly learned person. I'm really not. You learn how to chant at least your own parsha. Most kids they don't actually learn the cantillation marks. They just memorize the tune of their part, right? But somebody who knows also knows the cantillation marks. So what happens is that gets really confusing to somebody who's just learning Hebrew. And so on a computer, when you're trying to delete the cantillation marks, sometimes you will delete the vocalizations, right? And I've done that. And I assumed that maybe, so I thought, you know what? Maybe he went to something like Safaria, which he does, and he grabbed a text with the cantillation marks, and he was deleting the cantillation marks, which is the right thing to do, right? So, and I didn't go into all of this with vocab because it's really like. But then when I looked, I saw that there wasn't any cantillation marks. That the cantillation mark, you'll see, I'll point it all out, is on the mem at the end, right? So that's where the cantillation mark is. So that's not what happened either. And I just assumed he got it from somewhere else. But then and look, I mean, when you're grabbing screenshot, like, it's fine. I didn't want to make a big deal of it. I shouldn't have. It was a little like I'm trying to. Okay, like, Yatab, you want to keep the racist card for us? Do I need to bring up the racist card declined thing? And so I oh, is he? I wonder if he is. Maybe he's watching this live. I mean, okay. But I wouldn't put it behind. I mean, this guy keeps on digging. Anyway, so and I'm explaining this in deep detail. Honestly, I wouldn't care, right? I wouldn't care if it's just a splash screen. He grabbed it from somewhere else. He didn't bother. Fine, right? Fine. But then he goes into painful detail showing he doesn't understand. Painful detail. And watching live, I was just like, stop. Just stop. And you'll see, like, he zooms in. It's like, you're zooming in. And like, the vocalization on it, because it was double, it had the double yud and the vocalization. It's like, that's the type of thing that somebody who doesn't, so it had the double yud and vocalization, but the second yud wasn't vocalized, right? So obviously it wasn't vocalized correctly. And I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I actually went and looked, and I saw Exodus 3:18 is the one place in the Bible where Ivriim, right, is written bemilui in the Bible, right? So it's completely bemilui. There's a dagesh in the yod. And I told him this morning on Vocab's live stream, Vocab's premiere, right? And I told him, and maybe he didn't understand, or maybe he did, and that's why he came on and he was trying to get me to stop, because it's just painful. Like, it's staring you, even if you don't really know Hebrew. I'll point like everything out for you so you can see. But and I'm sorry I have to do this in absolute detail, but this guy is charging people who just want to learn Hebrew when they could be for free learning from somebody who actually knows Hebrew, right? And this is what bothers me. And so, I mean, if you're one of his fans, check everything I say, please. I am going into painful detail so you understand that he knows nothing. Like, he thinks Dr. Michael Heiser is gonna be teaching him like kindergarten stuff. I can't even teach a bar mitzvah kid, right? Like, I'm not some Hebrew channel, right? If maybe if like Aleph with Beth, which is an actual channel that teaches biblical Hebrew, like if they were picking you apart, that would be mean. But I'm picking him apart. And he calls himself a teacher, right? I don't call myself a teacher. That would be fraud. I would be lying. I can only teach Aleph Bet. I can only teach that which is most rudimentary. And that's why it's available. And I do it because, look, somebody needs to teach Aleph Bet, and I'm perfectly willing to do it. And if people want to learn, but I wouldn't charge them. That's just indefensible. That's just absolutely indefensible. And he knows less than I do. That's what kills me. And he makes it perfectly clear that he knows less than I do. And that's why I'm spending all this time. And because people need to know. I mean, and he's considered like some sort of respected leader in this community of clowns. So he's the best of these shualim, right? And honestly, he's shitting on himself. You'll see, it was painful. It was painful. Don't really know the language, won't recognize.
Are you saying like what is it, Matros Lexianis? He had that plus?
Yeah. So Vocab knew exactly what I was talking about. So Vocab, who will not go around saying I know Hebrew, knows more Hebrew than Zion does. And Zion was going off on vocab can't criticize me because you don't know anything, and but he knows more than you do. He's just not pretending. I mean, have a tiny bit of humility, and vocab said it at the very beginning, you know, like Aristotle, and humility and understanding, you know, you're an autodidact, and that's what the vocab has. So he doesn't go around saying I know Hebrew. He admits I don't know Hebrew, even though he knows some Hebrew. He knows less than I do, which, you know, even I don't really go around like I'm not some Hebrew expert. And I tell people I'm not a Hebrew expert. I learned Hebrew like other people do, and I'm interested in languages and whatever, right? But like, this is a hobby. Like, I would never charge someone to teach them Hebrew. Like, you can get much better than me for free, much better. Aleph with Beth, great channel. There are lots, I mean, real biblical Hebrew, modern Hebrew. There are tutors who are fluent. He's charging people. Vocab told me that he's charging people, and obviously vocab is a lot more trustworthy than this guy. So I have to believe vocab, but it's almost something so incredible that, I mean, I wish I had proof, because I wouldn't want to accuse him of being that much of a fraud. If I didn't think that vocab was an honest person, and even if I did, if I didn't think he was such a committed Christian, I probably would not be repeating this, because that's just, I mean, come on. But whatever.
So that's a redundant mistake then.
Yes.
You need one or the other.
Yes. So vocab gets it. This guy doesn't. Vocab gets it. Zion, who's the teacher who knows you can't criticize me.
Okay, so let's go to Exhibit A real quick.
With the soundboard, I mean, just digging and digging and digging.
Because again, apparently this guy is bright. Let me show you guys something.
I'm not bright. I'm an insurance broker, man, with a tiny channel. I had 2 viewers, and you were one of them. You're just embarrassing yourself over and over again, like, and you think Dr. Heiser, like, you want Dr. Heiser. You want Dr. Heiser to bother with you. Like, I shouldn't be bothering with you, but I've got nothing better to do. I've got nothing better to do. Like, even vocab shouldn't be, but he has this huge channel, and I have to wonder, I really do wonder, if the people watching him are not just mostly watching to laugh at him. I do wonder what percentage of his audience is laughing at him. Because, I mean, you get a clown show, it's entertaining, you got nothing better to do. Like, he's going off with the soundboard, right? And he's smack talking, and you know, they probably, I mean, if somebody wants to learn Hebrew, they can go and learn Hebrew. Yeah, it is. Where was I? Right, half of them are probably bots. I don't know how bots work. I don't know, like, maybe he's buying the bots, because like 5,000 views on his response to me, right? And I don't know if he's paying for views. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I would think YouTube would be able to stop it, but like, why would people be watching him? He knows less Hebrew than vocab does. And he will make it painfully clear. So I don't know. I
just pull it up.
And he's gonna zoom in on it and
scenes, and
it was painful. I couldn't watch. There were parts where I went to the kitchen and got some food, because it was painful. It was just painful.
And I'll share my screen with you guys.
And I would speed this up and stuff, but I don't want him to claim that I'm, so we're watching this full single speed so everybody can see everything he says. I'm not trying to make him sound dumb by, letting him, right?
Okay. We're going to let that play in a couple of seconds. I'm going to share my screen, guys, so you can see something. I want to address what he's talking about. Apparently, these guys are so full of themselves that they seem to think that either I'm unable, ill-equipped, or downright afraid to deal with what they're talking about.
I really didn't think he was this bad. I really didn't. I did not know this is his level of education. I really thought he was better educated than this. I did.
So I'm not sure if they know me well, but they're going to learn today. I don't run, nor do I hide. I'm not built like that. Not built to run. I'm not built to hide. So here we go. I want everybody to look at the cover of the thumbnail for my initial video that I put up last week. All right. And I
don't know if it's absolutely clear. So that's an ayin, right? That first letter all the way on the right is an ayin, and it has a chirik underneath it. That's the single dot. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna go in such detail, but then there's the bet, right? That's the bet, the second letter, right? It's a bet, and this bet actually, it has a dagesh in it, which it shouldn't there, but not a huge problem. So it doesn't change the meaning really. I mean, but yeah, it's a mistake. It should be a bet without a dagesh. And there is a shva underneath it. And a shva doesn't actually make a sound. It's there in the vocalization to tell you, because every consonant needs some vocalization, right? Except for the very last letter, because the very last consonant usually doesn't take a vowel. So you'll notice that at the end, right, there's that square that's called a mem sofit. So that's in Hebrew, unlike in English where you capitalize the first letter, in Hebrew you have a final form called a sofit at the end of a word to tell you that the word ended. It's not like a sentence thing, it's an individual word thing. So if a word ends in a letter which has what's called a sophit, right, an ending form, so instead of the normal one, you write it in with a sophit. Like earlier he was talking about a chaf sophit, right? So ivrim, right, ends with a mem, so it has a mem sophit. Israelim, I mean, it's missing the aleph, but whatever. And it's so it has a final mem, right? So you'll notice. So look really closely. You'll notice there's a dagesh in the middle, and I don't think he zooms in on this one. He zooms in on the next one, where you can see really clearly he has no idea what he's talking about. So there's the shva underneath the bet to tell you stop, right? So it's iv, right? There's no vowel with the bet, right? So it's iv rim, right? So the resh here has a chirik under it, just like the ayin, right? So ayin chirik is e, and resh chirik is ri, right? So ivrim, right? And so, I mean, yeah, usually that's, I mean, there are places in the Torah, I believe, that it's written really bechaser ivrim. I'm not sure. We can check, but like I don't have the Torah memorized. But so, I mean, even if he had no yuds there at all, since it's a menukad text and there's a chirik there, right? So it wouldn't have changed the meaning, right? Iburim, and really, I mean, yeah, it doesn't change the meaning, even though usually we don't use the ivriim, right? It's usually ivrim, right? It makes it gentilic. I'm not gonna go that far, but like, so you'll see well, there should be an aleph here, but Israelim, right? There's one yud after the chirik, right? Which is usually how you write most things, because if you write in a non-menukad, right? A text that doesn't have vowels, if you write the two yuds before the mem, that's usually telling you that it's the dual, right? Like I said, yomayim, right? And we don't really, I mean, we especially not in modern Hebrew, and I don't think there's ever like an Ibrahim or Israelayim in the Bible itself. So this is a little bit difference between modern Hebrew and biblical Hebrew, but right. So if you're writing Ivrim, right, without the nekudot at all, what you will say, like, if it was two yuds, really, sometimes, like, if in modern Hebrew, you would guess that they're using the dual form, so they're saying two instead of many. So it wouldn't be Israelites. Hebrews. It would be two Hebrews, right? It would be the dual form. Honestly, I wasn't going to make a huge deal because it's just some text at the very beginning. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes. I'm sure if you go through all my videos, right? But now he's just gonna dig and dig and dig and dig and talk smack while he's showing his behind. And it's like, well, the shva with, okay, not gonna go there right now, Ben, just because we'll be here forever. I understand we can talk about later. I want
you guys to see that in the word, for those that can read Hebrew, Israelim, there's an aleph missing. And that was certainly a mistake on my own. And
he owns up to it. And, you know, when I first saw this, I'm like, okay, he's going to own up to it and we'll move on. But then he starts in, and he just keeps on going and going and going.
And I admit that mistake because when I made this thumbnail, I was rushing to go and do a video response.
It's a thumbnail, and that's fine. Like I didn't expect him. Like and that's what I said to vocab. I'm sure he grabbed it from somewhere else, and he just like, yeah, it looks a little bit strange, but like it's fine, whatever, right?
Because you guys know me. If I'm gonna look at somebody's video today that they're talking about me, you guys know I'm responding to them today.
That's a mistake. That is a mistake. I have to tell you. Like I deliberately did not respond yesterday, and I did it the next day because I wanted to sleep on it, because this was just too delicious, and it's like I did not want to be cruel. I didn't want to be mean. Obviously, I'm no saint. It is kind of delicious to watch him destroy himself like this. And that's me. And like, if I had done this yesterday, I probably would have said some things I regret. So just a word to the wise. You don't have to respond immediately. You can take your time. I mean, I guess with the, street apologetics where, it's live and things like that, maybe you need to, you're showing that you actually know things without having to ask somebody else, or right. But I try to, because I know me. Like this was just too delicious.
And so that's my mistake. But you literally have over a dozen people present who take my Hebrew classes who are live online.
A dozen people who are taking his Hebrew classes. A dozen people who he is teaching Hebrew to. Honestly, yeah, I mean, I just feel sorry for these people, because they are spending their good time and he's defrauding them. And it's not their fault. If you're trying to learn Hebrew, obviously you don't know Hebrew. And how do you know that if you don't know Hebrew, how do you know that he's a fraud and what he's teaching you is not Hebrew? You don't. And like he was, I hope, I mean, when I first watched him, I only watched a little bit, but I watched some. He seemed to know enough that I didn't think he was this bad. But and obviously, like, but dude, like these people are taking his Hebrew classes. I'll teach you for free. Not just me will teach you for free. There are actual classes. Like, I wouldn't waste your time by listening to me for free. Right? Like, so when people do come on my thing, it's a personal chat, and they have questions and I can respond. Because I have a small channel, there's only a few people, right? So it's small, and I can help and point you towards other resources, and that's I mean, you can watch my videos. That's what I do, right? But like I 5,000 people watched his response to me. Like, why would they? Why? So that's why I'm doing this. Like, there are there's over a dozen people, he says, who are taking his Hebrew classes that vocab says he charges $300 for. He owes every single one of these people a refund. He owes every single one of these people a refund. You will get much better. Aleph with Beth. It's a great channel. They do songs and like they actually know their Hebrew much better than I do, right? And it's all free, biblical Hebrew, right? And they actually know what they're talking about. That's just sinful. I'm sorry, that's just sinful. And you better hope God forgives you, because you're playing with fire. You are playing with fire. These are people who honestly want to learn about the Bible, and you are taking their money. And I would not want to be you when God asks.
And they all know that I know that the word Yisrael has an aleph in it. So this is an obvious mistake of mine that I own up to. That's no biggie. I'm not perfect. I was rushing to make the thumbnail to respond. And so the word Israel is missing an aleph. Okay, if that's an L, I'll take that L.
Why are you playing a sound when you take the L?
But what's interesting, though, is the word Ivrim. He says,
well, it actually, so there's a dagesh there, and so it says Ibrim, whatever.
He has a kirik there,
and he says kirik, right? So a chaf at the beginning of a word is always a kaf. And instead of saying chirik, he says kirik. So, and you know, there are places where it really does change the meaning. It does. So
there really shouldn't be a kirik there, because
kirik,
you know, the kirik yod matros flexiones, like, you know, people who speak the language know not to do that. So I'm not really sure why he's doing that. And I'm going to let him say that again.
And I was being kind. First, I made sure that it wasn't that he deleted a cancellation mark, because that is something I would do, right? I sometimes I try to delete cancellation marks because they can get confusing for people who are first learning Hebrew. And sometimes when you're deleting the cancellation marks, it's really easy to delete the vocalization marks, right? Which is usually why I'll just cut and paste everything. And I just assumed he cut and pasted it. And it's like, you know, when you don't know Hebrew that well, which I don't, right? I can't type with the vocalizations and put in the cancellations and stuff. I can type without that, right? But like any of the other people on this channel who actually know their stuff, right? Yeah, I don't know, Ryan. Like his sound, like he's supposed to be a professional. Like people are paying him, and so like whatever. But okay, and he just digs and digs and digs.
Play him saying that again, guys, and then I'm gonna pull it up live.
He's like, I'm gonna show him. It's like, dude, And then I told him this morning, he was in Vocab's premiere of a part of our discussion, and I told him and I explained to him his mistake. And then he showed, instead of taking the video down, which is honestly what he should have done, instead of apologizing, he comes on my channel, on my dinky little channel. There's a few of my friends watching, right? And he's insulting the fact that just like a few of my friends are watching, you're one of them. Like, and I use the title like Zion Lexx is dumb and dumber. You'll see why. He wrote that title himself. He is not just dumb, but he's also dumber. And that has zero to do with his race. Zero. But I mean, I'm sure he's going to pull up the race card. I know he pulls up the race card over and over and over again. And it's like every Black person knows somebody like this, that they use the race card as a sort of cover, and like it works, and you get guilty white people who it works on their guilt. And I guess he assumed that I was one of them. I'm sorry, Zion, but you just picked the wrong guy. Like, I'm a nobody. Like, just the fact you came on my stream, like, it just shows you're a nobody. And then you dare to talk about Dr. Michael Heiser, right? You expect Dr. Heiser to come and teach you, like, A, B, C, D, E, F. Come on. Imagine somebody's like, you know what, Professor so-and-so, who is well known throughout the world as an English, an expert in Shakespearean English or biblical English or whatever, right? Let's say Shakespearean English, right? And you want him to come and debate somebody who doesn't even know how to read A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like, and he just digs and digs and digs, and watch him. He's gonna zoom in on it
and show you exactly where I got that from. And the fact
so
that
he's saying that he got it from Safaria. So he's saying that he got it from Safaria. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, you know what, maybe he got it from somewhere else. Or maybe there was a cancellation mark there that he deleted, but I checked and that wasn't it. There's no cancellation mark there. And you'll see. Well, because he will go to Safari and he will zoom, like you will see that crystal clear, right?
That he doesn't know where I got it from is even more telling about his level of scholarship.
And he's smack talking.
First, I want to make sure you guys know how I am. I want to make sure that we have him on record saying that he doesn't know why I did this.
Just keep on digging. Just keep on digging. You did this to yourself, Zion. Nobody else did this to you. It was you and your arrogance and hubris, and nobody else is doing this to you. It's not me going and looking up somewhere else, and it's clear, and you're zooming in and you don't even notice you are making a fool of yourself. Like, Are you racist? Are you racist? Like that you brought this ignorant black man as a representative of all black men? That's racist. That's racist. Like if I were to represent you as a representative of the black community, that would be racist. That would be wrong of me. And you representing yourself as an exemplar, as someone that the black community could be proud of, that's racist. There are actually real scholarly, there are black professors at Harvard and Brown and all the best schools in the country, and there are 2 black justices of the Supreme Court right now, right? And if I were to portray you as somehow representative of the black community, that would be racist. That would be completely racist of me, because you are in no way representative of the black community. The black community is much better than this. Much, much better than this. Professor Dr. John McWhorter, who is a professor of linguistics at Columbia University and has a podcast, I think it's called Language Valley, something like that. I'm not a linguist. It's linguistics. I read his other stuff. I've read one of his books, and right, because he is a real intellectual that I look up to. I do, even though I disagree with a bunch of stuff. I mean, politically, I don't agree with him at all. Or Professor Dr. Glenn Lowry, someone I genuinely look up to as a leader, not just of the black community. To say that he is only a leader of the black community is to deny him his stature among all of humanity. Professor Lowry is one of the top economists. He has his PhD from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Like this isn't some degree they give people, right? You have to know higher math way beyond calculus, right? Like this Professor Lowry, like he is one of the top economists in the world, and he's a black man. So if you're going to pick a representative of and just to be clear, he is a black man who rose from a very humble beginning, and it's not like he was born with a silver he earned, and he went through a lot of stuff. He went through, I mean, this is a man I have profound respect for. That's a black man. You're a clown. Thomas Sowell. I read his books. I am in awe of his scholarship. And I mean, I could name person after person after person after person. Like, there are real accomplished black men and women who are leaders in our society, and justifiably so. Nobody had to give it to them because of their skin. right? Nobody gave Professor Lowry his PhD in economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, probably the hardest school to go to and graduate from. I mean, really, I mean, it's we're not talking, you know, underwater basket weaving. He has his PhD in economics from MIT. Why would I lump you in with him just because of your skin color? That's racist. That is racism. That would be racist of me. And I think that's wrong. That's why I think of you as a clown. I don't think of you as a black man. I don't think of you as a representative of the black community at all. At all. Because he's not faking. He is, I am in awe of him. Because obviously he is one of the leaders of the world alive today, and may he live very long. Unfortunately, Thomas Sowell, he's getting up there, and so is Professor Lowry. You know, but there are young black men coming. Coleman Hughes, brilliant mind. So if someone were to ask me for a representative of the black community, what makes you think I would think of you? I don't think of clowns when I think of the black community. So to call me racist, yeah, if I was racist, I would be afraid to say this stuff. I would. Because they're gonna catch me and they're gonna, you know, and yeah, I mean, again, like, I'm sorry, I don't have a list of smart black people, like, because I wouldn't be able to start making the list, and I certainly wouldn't be able to finish making the list. There are millions of very capable black men and women who are professionals and leaders, and you think when I think of the black community, I think of somebody who doesn't know Hebrew and pretends that he does in order to take money from people who are sincerely trying to learn Hebrew and have had the misfortune. And you can't blame somebody who wants to learn Hebrew for not knowing if the teacher is teaching Lashon Kadash or Lashon HaKodesh, right? You can't blame them because they're just learning. And obviously, I mean, when you are in the Jewish community, right, we do in fact get members of the Jewish community who come out of this clown fest. Some of them more quickly, some of them more slowly, and they do convert and join the Jewish community, and you know, they actually know what they're talking about. And so yeah, no. When I think of black men, you're not what I'm thinking of. That would be racist. Because when I think of you, I think clown. I don't think black man. I think clown.
And I also want you to hear his flimsy explanation. And then I'm going to show you that it's right inside of the Torah.
I mean, it's a conversation. It's your valuable time, but and I'm an insurance broker. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Like, and he thinks Dr. Michael Heiser. the thing that I found was most interesting, first of all, he doesn't know how to say his chaz, so he just says ka, which if you're actually trying to speak Hebrew and you say ka instead of cha, well, it's just going to destroy your ability to speak. And what he had on the splash screen at the very beginning, it's written Israelim, right? Except it's miswritten. I mean, it doesn't have an aleph in Israel, and then so you write Hebrew differently if you're writing with or without the nekudot, the vowels. So unvocalized Hebrew, when there's a chirik, you'll sometimes put two yuds right after each other, and so apparently he took somebody else's thing. And the reason I said the two yuds is because of the dual thing, and vocab understands some of it. I don't think he knows about the duals, but vocab is humble, and then put the vocalization on it because it was double. It had to say cut.
I want to make sure that everybody is following this. So again, if you look at this screen, you can literally see that. Let me make this nice and big. You can literally see that in the word Ivrim.
Okay, so you'll see the dagesh in the bet there, right? So that doesn't belong there either. And then you'll notice, I want you to notice that the final dot is under the resh, and the yud has no dot. The second yud has no dot. The mem has no dot. Okay, that's important. And anybody who actually knows how to read Hebrew and understands Hebrew and would know that. And honestly, I just thought he grabbed it from somewhere else. I did. But
which is the word for Hebrews, there's a kirik under the yod. And he says, I don't know why he would do that. Anybody that knows the language knows.
He didn't even understand. I said, why does he have a second yud? I didn't say why is there a chirik under the resh, because that is a chirik male. So the first yud is part of the chirik male, right? I said there's the double yud. There should only be one yud there. And honestly, I assumed first time, he had gone into and gone and found a place in the Bible where it says Ivrim, right? With two yuds. There was a cantillation mark, which you'll see there isn't. And he deleted that, and he had deleted the chirik under this yud. And when that happens, it needs to take a dagesh, and you'll see, right? But that didn't happen either. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I said he must have grabbed it from someplace. But now that's not what he's saying. He's saying he deliberately chose this, and he's going to correct me, and he's going to teach me, and he's gonna zoom in on it. And oh man, just stop. And by the way, I have to say, the tetragrammaton on a mask, really? That's just disrespectful. That's just disrespectful, not of me, of the name. So
that you can't do that. So I don't know why he does that.
And notice he's making fun of my voice, which I obviously don't have. Like, I'm not some radio star. I'm an insurance broker.
So again, I'm not sure why he says this, but I can promise you that I'm going to show you right inside of the Torah. All right? But
He
I want to
promised.
make sure everybody heard him nice and clear, and then we're going to go again. So here we go.
Just stop. Instead of ha, well, it's just going to destroy your ability to speak. And what he had on the splash screen at the very beginning, it's written Israelim, right? Except it's miswritten. I mean, it doesn't have an aleph in Israel, and then so you write Hebrew differently if you're writing with or without the nekudot, the vowels. So unvocalized Hebrew, when there's a chirik, you'll sometimes put two yuds right after each other. And so apparently he took somebody else's thing and then put the vocalization on it, because it was double. It had the double yud and the vocalization. It's like, that's the type of thing that somebody who doesn't really know the language won't recognize.
Are you saying like what is it, matrix? Like,
okay, great. So he just said that's the type of thing that somebody who doesn't know the language wouldn't recognize. And I wanted to make sure that everybody heard him. He's on record that when you have the double yod and the kirik, like, nobody would do that. Like, why does he do that? Anybody who knows the language wouldn't make a mistake like that. So I want you guys to look at Exhibit A real quick. I call your attention to what I'm going to call Exhibit A.
This is not my exhibit. This is his exhibit. This is him doing it to himself. So you can't say this is me being a racist. He did it. This is him.
This is really silly that I even have to do this, but just because Vocab decided to get a racist to respond to me, I said, oh yeah.
So I'm sorry, Zion, you're the racist. You should not be embarrassing the Black community like this. The Black community is so much better than this. Why are you embarrassing the Black community like this? It's just wrong.
I think I'm going to enjoy this. Let me stick around just a little bit longer so I can respond. We're going to the book of Exodus chapter 3, verse 18. And I'm going to make the screen nice and big when we get there.
He's going to zoom in.
All right. First, let me show you the English. The English says in Exodus chapter 3, verse 18, they will listen to you, then you shall go with the elders of Israel to the king of Egypt, and you shall say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, became manifest to us. We want to stop there because the word that I have in that screen is called Ivrim, or in English, Hebrews. And he just said, and I'm going to play that just once more, guys. I'm sorry if I'm being a little annoying, but I just want to make sure that before I chin check him, that we go on record with what he had to say.
He wants to go on record. So we're going to go on record. He wants to go on record.
All right. I want to make sure that before I chin check him.
I have to say, I have no idea what a chin check is, but I'm guessing he's chin checking himself.
That I go on record with what he had to say.
On record.
All right. So
how many times did he play
hear him once more repeat the same thing just for clarity. Just for clarity. Once more, we're going to have him repeat what he said. All right?
When I was on with Heiser, the fascinating thing is, because, you mentioned this so much anymore, because
you can, I mean, it's a conversation, it's your valuable time, but the thing that I found was most interesting, first of all, he doesn't know how to say his chaz, so he just says ka, which if you're actually trying to speak Hebrew and you say ka instead of cha, well, it's just going to destroy your ability to speak. And what he had on the splash screen at the very beginning, it's written Israelim, right? 15 years you've had a channel, Federici, that's my name, and you're a nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. That's the important part. This is the important part. I am a nobody, and he embarrasses himself like this, and he expects people who actually know their Hebrew to bother with him. Like, there is a reason why I can bother with this. It's because I am a nobody. I've got nothing better to do. It's like, I'm sorry. It's like, you and this idiot vocab had nothing else to do. Sad. No, actually, vocab's kind of busy. That's why, vocab's too busy to do this. He's got better things to do. Vocab's got a big channel. I was surprised he even came on my channel, which was really nice of him. Bunch of Khazars, right? We know who you are. Yeah, again, same thing. Of course, I'm going to show your comment. Why would I not show what? Why would I not show your comment? Yeah, them with their racism. Yeah, I mean, and I showed Zion's comments. Why wouldn't I show his comments? I have nothing to think. No, he isn't. That clown got videos for every day. I mean, it was very gracious of him to come on my channel. I have like 300 thing. Yeah, it's like I'm a nobody, Matt. I am a nobody. I am an absolute nobody. And I'm still gonna humiliate him. And what does that say? Like, people are paying this man. I will definitely have him on if he wants. And after this, but I'm not gonna let him stop me from showing this, because it's just, he just cuts himself so bad. Oh my God, just listen to this. I almost can't listen. But I am actually that thing. People pay you, right? No, nobody pays me. Why would anybody pay me? Like, the insurance companies pay me. I'm an insurance broker. That's what I do. Like, people come and I help them buy insurance, and I get, that's what I do. This channel is my, this channel is, okay, I'm not gonna let you, like, but I'll show your things, but will be forever. Yeah, call me ignorant. Like, it's like, and he's just gonna embarrass himself, and he charges people money to teach them. You're right. I should just get that book. Except right? It's miswritten. I mean, it doesn't have an aleph in Israel, and then so you write Hebrew differently if you're writing with or without the nekudot, the vowels. So unvocalized Hebrew, when there's a chirik, you'll sometimes put 2 yuds. Unvocalized Hebrew, when there's a chirik, you will put 2 yuds, right? Unvocalized. And when it's vocalized, you won't put that extra unvocalized yud. Okay? I want people to notice that. It's right after each other. And so apparently he took somebody else's thing and then put, that's just a lie, I don't charge, put the vocalization on it because it was double, it had the double yud and the vocalization. It's like, that's the type of thing that somebody who doesn't really know the language won't recognize.
Are you?
Okay, so for clarity, everybody heard him say it had the double yud and the vocalization. And that's the kind of thing that someone who doesn't know the language wouldn't realize. But people who know the language know that the double yud plus the vocalization, I mean, that's wrong. Why would you do that? So now watch this.
And my guess is the reason he doesn't catch it himself is because he's used to ignoring the cantillations, and this is a cantillated text. Most Bibles, almost all Bibles, are cantillated. So he's used to ignoring the cancellation, so he doesn't notice the difference because he doesn't know the vocalization either. So he doesn't know the difference between vocalization and cantillation. So he assumes that the Sefaria text is that the extra dagesh in the yod and the chirik, which he calls a kirik, is a cantillation mark. And like if you don't know enough Hebrew to know the difference between a vocalization and a cantillation mark, that just happens.
And of course, Jackass vocab alone allows him to say this because he don't know no damn Hebrew. So he don't know that the guy just made a mistake. But you're going to learn today.
Yeah, I'm going to learn today.
We're in the book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 18.
You shouldn't be laughing.
I'm going to highlight the word. This is the word right here. Ha-ivrim. This is the word right here. Ha-ivrim. I'm going to make this word so big that it's impossible to miss it.
Impossible. Okay. So look at the word, right? He's made it so big, it's impossible to miss it. It's impossible to miss it. Okay? You see it, right? So there's a hey. It has a patach. Now that is a cancellation mark right there, right? So if there had been a cancellation mark here, and he had deleted it, that's what I would have assumed is what happened. And you'll notice the mem sofit has, again, a cancellation mark, right? So this is a cancellation mark. This is also a cancellation mark, right? So you have the consonants, right? So this is a hey, right? This is an ayin, right? Then the next one is a bet without a dagesh. There's no dot in the middle of the bet, right? Then there's a resh. Then there's a yud. And we'll get back to the dagesh and the chirik. Then there's a yud, no dagesh, no chirik, right? And then there's a mem, sofit, with a cancellation mark, okay? So what did I say? I said that if you are not vocalizing, you will put an extra yud there, right? And that's what vocab understood was the mater lecciones. I'm not good at saying it either. But so so this is a hey with a kamatz underneath it, right? So that's hey kamatz. That is an ayin with a chirik. That one dot underneath it is the chirik chaser. There's no yud, right? Then there's a vet without a dagesh. There's no dot in the middle, which his does have. If you can go back and look, I mean, it'll take forever if I keep on going back. He might go back. Well, no, he's not going to go back. And there's a shva. Those are the two dots underneath it, right? And then there's a resh. And so the resh has a chirik male, but this is ivriim. It's the gentilic, right? So it's the plural of ivri, okay? So it's easier to see it with Israel and Israeli, right? So Israel is the noun, and Israeli is the gentilic. It is the it, right? The people who are, right? Okay, and that's why when you make Israelim, right? You have the double yud. So that's why that yuds usually do not take a dagesh. But that's why this yud is taking a dagesh. And I pointed this out to him on Ivriim. Right, exactly. Like here, Ben Ivriim, exactly, right? So that's why there is a dagesh there, and under that yud there's a chirik. So you'll see it's Ivriim, right? And so if you know just the vocalization marks, you realize that this is two chirik malez, one after the other. Now go back and look. Okay, we're at 51:48. I want to go back and show you where he. So we're at 51:48. Okay, so notice so there is a dagesh in the bet. There is no chirik under that yud. There's no dagesh in that yud, right? So somebody who's paying attention like he is, and he's zooming in, right? And he's showing me how I'm wrong. And he doesn't notice that there's a dagesh in the yud, and there's a chirik under that yud, right? So vocab, who he says doesn't know enough Hebrew to understand him, and he doesn't quote the rest of it. Like if you watch the whole thing, you'll see that he skipped other stuff. He thought he caught me. And so he's like just digging and digging and digging and showing his behind. And it's like, dude, you have a channel and like 5,000 people watched you like embarrass yourself like that? It's embarrassing. It's really, really embarrassing. Yeah, Anthony, I mean, so we were at 51:48, right? So
to the word right here, ha-ivrim. I'm gonna make this word so big that it's impossible to miss it.
Impossible to miss it. So what's he not seeing? He must be assuming that these are cancellation marks. That's the only thing I can think of. Is so he doesn't know. I don't know the I mean, I recognize cancellation marks. I don't know how to chant it because, like, I don't teach bar mitzvah, and I'm not a bal korah, and like, again, I'm like somebody who teaches bar mitzvah has to teach you with the cancellation marks and all that stuff, right? Yeah, he doesn't even know Nikud. He doesn't even know how to read like a child, right? And so he's ignoring what he thinks must be cancellation marks. Which, I mean, that's why I do try to find texts without cancellation marks, and I will go ahead and delete cancellation marks and stuff, because it's confusing to a child who's just learning, right? So somebody that I'm teaching, because I teach elementary school, right? I teach Aleph Bet. I teach little children who are not ready to study for their bar mitzvah, right? But he wrote a Hebrew book. I mean, seriously? This guy wrote a Hebrew book? Like, what chutzpah do you have to have? How much gall do you have to have? Like, you don't even know how to read as much as I would teach you. I'm an insurance broker. This is a tiny channel I run for, like, some of my friends pay attention to this. And he has his Patreon and his Instagram, and you did this all to yourself, Zion. You did this all to yourself. You're the one who had to zoom in, right, to show us exactly how ignorant you are. So don't blame me. Don't blame the racists. You're the racist. You're the one who's claiming that you are some teacher among the Israelites or among black people. You're not a teacher of black people. There are smart black people around. What kind of, like, you're a clown. You're a freaking clown. That's what you are. Don't call yourself a black man. That's racist. You are insulting black men when you do that. You are an insult to black men, because there are serious black men who actually know what they're talking about, and they teach things, and they do not defraud their brothers and sisters and charge them money to teach them things they don't know. Like, what? At the very least, have the pride and the care for your own community not to defraud black people. At least care about your own people. Go defraud white people. Be racist. At least don't be a traitor. That's what you are. You're a traitor. That's what you are. And it bothers me. It bothers me a lot, because you then claim to be a Hebrew and an Israelite and a Jew. Well, you don't claim to be a Jew, thank God. But you claim to be Zera Israel. How dare you? How dare you? It's like, I'm losing my mind here. And all two people who are watching my little tiny channel, I'm like, I'm nothing. I am nothing. I am not worth your time. I'm not worth Vocab's time. It was very nice for him to come on my channel. And then you have the gall to speak down to Vocab. Speak down to me. Okay. Like, I am nothing. Right? I have 300 subscribers. This is a fun channel, me and my friends. If somebody wants me to teach them Hebrew, I'll do my best. I'll get them started. I'll send them on to somebody who actually knows Hebrew, right? Like, I'm not going to defraud people. Not my own people, certainly, and not other people either. Because I know that what goes around comes around, and I believe that God is going to pay you back. And God is going to pay you back. God is going to pay you back. So, like, and you call me a racist. No. When I see you, I don't think of a black man. I don't. Because I respect black men. and women and men of all races, I think of you and I see a clown because this is what you're doing. And then you had the gall, after I pointed out your mistake to you, you had the gall to come on my stream of two people, which you were one of the two, right? Like, dude. And if people clip this and they're watching it, it's all because of you. Nobody's watching because of me. Nobody knows who I am. I am a nobody, right? You can say my name. My cell phone number is on the internet. Nobody's calling. Nobody's calling because why would they, right? Why would they? Like, later on, you're talking about people protesting and coming to shut down my business. Like, people have lives. Why would somebody come to shut down my little dinky business? Like, I'm not some Beverly Hills lawyer. I'm an insurance broker in Panorama City across the Walmart here, right? You're showing your behind with a Walmart insurance broker. And then you expect Dr. Michael Heiser to come and debate you? You're a clown. You're a clown. That's all you are. And then you call me a racist, and then all the rest of this hour and a half? How dare you? You are staring at the proof of what I said, and you are too ignorant to recognize it, and you're just showing your ignorance, and then you tell me that a dozen people who were watching have paid you to teach them Hebrew? They will be dumber when they leave. Like, why would you pay someone to teach you Lashawan Kadash? Right? Why would you pay someone to teach you garbage? Like, obviously, and then we'll watch the rest of this. And then you want to come on my show? You are more than welcome on my show. You are more than welcome on my show. I have no audience. You want to come on my show? You're welcome on my show. Like, and the 3 people will watch, and you'll be one of them. But you're a clown. You are a clown. Why your voice squeaks? Honestly, because I'm so mad. Honestly, because I'm so mad. You're stuttering? Yeah. Like, Black people deserve better than this. Black people deserve better than this. Only clowns I see are you two. Like, Black people deserve better than this. And to pretend that he is some leader in the Black community, he's not. He's not. These people are clowns. And if you are racist enough to allow him to represent himself as some sort of leader in the Black community, that's because you're a racist. That's because you are a racist. You're a racist. That's the only reason why you would accept somebody this ignorant as a supposed leader among Black people. African Americans, the descendants of slaves, have actually, there were people who taught themselves to read and write after slavery and wrote books, which I still read, which people rightly still read. Do not denigrate the Black community by claiming you're a leader. You're not. You're nothing. You're less than I am. You are. So, dude, like, have some respect. Have some respect for your brothers and sisters. And this is your crew. These are, yeah. So
Exodus chapter 3, verse 18. I want everybody to look at that word. Isn't that the double yod plus the vowel sound?
Plus the vowel sound that you did not have, that dagesh in the yod and the chirik under the yod, which you did not have. Is it staring you in the face hard enough? You don't even know how to read like a child. Like a child. And you charge people. You defraud people.
Isn't that the double yud, as he says, and the vowel sound?
Yeah. Go back to your supposed Ivrim with a dagesh in the bet, no dagesh in the yud, and no chirik under the yud, or kirik under the yud. I am embarrassing you. Dr. Michael Heiser should come on your show. I don't know why. I mean, I know why vocab bothers with you. He's a Christian, and he bothered with me. He came on my show. So I have immense respect for vocab. You're a clown.
And notice that he's such a blatant racist that rather
I'm a racist.
go and check to see if it's in the Tanakh. He instead says, he must have got this from somebody else, because I
was trying to be nice. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, but you had to open your mouth. What's the quote in Proverbs? Right? That a fool opens his mouth and shows who he is. Maybe read more of the Bible, and then you come on my channel, my dinky little channel, and talk smack. Yeah, I know why you showed up. If I were you, I would show up hoping to stop me from showing this as well. And you better hope that only the people on my dinky little channel see this. Because you did it to yourself. I didn't do it to you. You did it to yourself.
I don't know why he would write this. That is that blatant racism that I got to tell y'all I enjoy. You see,
he enjoys. I'm the blatant racist. It's not that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It must be the racism. And every single black person in the entire country knows that guy. That it's not anybody else's fault. It's not that he is a fraud. It's the racists. It's the racists. It's not that he's a fraud. It's the racists. I didn't make you do this. You did this to yourself. I am spending, I have spent almost 4 hours going into detail and letting you dig and dig and dig. And there's a reason why Dr. Michael Heiser is not going to bother with you. He's not an insurance agent in his off season. This is my vacation time. And the only reason I bothered with you is because Vocab was coming on my channel and he told me you were one of the best of the African Hebrew Israelites. And yeah, that is faint praise because I believe him. I believe you are in fact one of the best. And you're right. No intelligent person thinks of that as a compliment because it's not, because you're a fraud and you are exposing yourself. You're the one who zoomed in. I didn't zoom in. You zoomed in. So
Vocab is more passive with it. And that's the type of racism that
Vocab is more passive with it. Vocab is more Christian than I am. Vocab is more polite. Vocab is more nice. Vocab would probably not humiliate you like this. But you did it to yourself. You're the one who went after the insurance broker with 300 subscribers in Panorama City. And you came after me and you tripped all over yourself. You're a clown.
I don't respect. But this guy's racism I enjoy because he doesn't really try to hide it. Right?
Racism. It's not his obvious ignorance. It's my racism. I'm a nobody. Honestly, Vocab is just too nice. He's just too nice. He's much nicer than I would be. And honestly, I wouldn't bother with you clowns. I don't bother with you clowns. Not because you're black, because I know quality black people. I know black people who are representatives of the black community, who are, in fact, leaders and who are, in fact, worthy of attention. Not you. I'm out of here, Federici. You really didn't explain anything or debunk anything, just name calling, and you dodged the man. Again, you see that dagesh in the yod or the chirik underneath it? you can't miss it. He zoomed in on it. He himself zoomed in on it. So you're telling me, like, yeah, you have nothing to say. I mean, so you want to come on my channel? Do you want to come on my channel, Zion? You are more than welcome. Come on my channel. Come on my channel, and you explain to me why you couldn't see that after zooming in on it. You couldn't see that dagesh in the first yod and the chirik under it before that chirik amale there. And I pointed it out to you on Vocab's premiere this morning. And then you still came and shit talked on my channel where 2 people are watching. So you want to come on, you're more than welcome. More than welcome.
Rather than admit that there's a possibility that I'm drawing from a textual source that he hasn't read, he automatically assumes that I'm borrowing from someone else's work and that work is wrong.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and he goes and he gets a textual source which shows he's wrong, and he's so ignorant. He is, I mean, that he zoomed in on it. Just compare it with what he had. I understand if somebody doesn't know Hebrew, they're staring at it, they don't see. But I explained it to him. I explained it to Vocab. Vocab understood it. Then he himself is staring at it and he doesn't see it. Wow is right. It's like he did it all by himself. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, you know what? He must have got it from somewhere else, quickly looking, right? But no. And he's going to smack talk and smack talk and smack talk and smack talk. And it's like, and he charges people to teach them Hebrew. He owes those people a refund, and he owes them to pay them for their time. They can still see a dot is missing on his thumbnail, right? There's a dagesh in the bet. There's no dagesh in the yod, and there's no chirik underneath it. So there's an extra dagesh in the bet. There is no dagesh in the yod, and there's no dagesh. So there's 3 dots out of place, right? Which is even worse than when I was talking. So Vocab said 3 mistakes in 2 pages. No. It was 4 mistakes in 2 lines. 4 mistakes, 2 words. 4 mistakes, 2 words. And this man is a teacher. He did it to himself. He did it to himself. There's no prisoners to take. I have no jail. I have no place to take it prisoners. I am a tiny channel. This is my hobby. I am an off season. So my insurance season is October, November, December, and I spend the rest of the year getting ready for it. So like right now, May, June is when I take my vacations, right? I'm not even going to be in the office for most of June. And the only reason I paid attention to this guy is because Vocab was gracious enough to come on my show, on my channel, for my friends. And when I invited Vocab, I said to him, you know, I don't expect you to come. Like, most of the people I invite turn me down, which is fine, because it's like a tiny show, right? It's just a few of my friends watch me. Like, I have no views. And supposedly, in going hard against me and like, and you just cut yourself. Like, this is you trying to pull your gun out of your waistband and bang, bang. Just you yourself. Just you yourself. Nobody was touching you. Nobody was touching you. It was just you. You're a clown. How dare you call me a racist? How dare you call me a racist? I would not call you a representative of the Black community. I don't see you as representative of the Black community. Why would I do that? Why would I pick you?
Even though it's right here inside the Torah and Tanakh.
Right there. And the sound effect. And the sound effect.
And this is what I mean by people are silly.
People are
and
silly
stupid.
And stupid.
And sometimes there's just no nice way to say things.
Sometimes
so you have to tell people who they are.
So you
silly
have to tell people
and stupid.
Who they are.
And in the case of Vocab Malone and Jacob Federici,
and in the case
Dumb and Dumber.
Zion Lexx, Dumb and Dumber. He is not just dumb. He is dumb and dumber, all rolled into one. I had the Hebrew Israelites for Dummies. Right? This is the best. This is the best that they have. These clowns. And I said Hebrew Israelites are dummies. And he just proved it. And he is a supposed leader in this community. And I believe it. That's the sad part. That is the sad part. I believe it. You're right. It's no compliment to be a leader, to be the best at Hebrew in the Hebrew Israelite community. Go back to speaking Lashawan Kadash. You clown. And don't ever, 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 ever dare to claim to be some sort of exemplar for Black men. You're not. You're just dumb and dumber and a clown. Sometimes you just have to tell people. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to rewind this so that you can hear it again.
And stupid. And sometimes it's and this is what I mean by people are silly.
And this is what I mean by people are silly.
And stupid.
And stupid.
And sometimes there's just no nice.
And sometimes there's just no
nice way to say things.
Nice way to say things.
So you have to tell people.
So you have to tell people
who they are.
Who they are. You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself.
Silly and stupid.
Silly and stupid.
Or in the case of Vocab Malone and Jacob Federucci,
we're two people. You're dumb and dumber all by yourself. All by your lonesome, both dumb and dumber. And then you come on my live stream and you shit talk after I pointed out on Vocab's premiere in the chat. I added you and I told you. And go to the beginning of this. I told you over and over again. Just apologize. I'll stop. Take down the video. I'll stop. But no, you just had to shoot yourself. You clown. You absolute clown. And you're sitting there calling me names. And for the rest of it, you just. And people pay you. And you took their money. You thief. You absolute thief. So go ahead. Like, I will put your comments up.
Dumb and dumber.
Dumb and dumber. And dumbest. I should have added that. Dumb and dumber and dumbest. A veritable trinity of dumb. A trinity of dumb. All three in one person. You are the god of dumb. You did it to yourself. And you expect Dr. Michael Heiser, PhD, to bother with you. No. You get Walmart insurance broker. I have to show this just so people can see this. Okay. I hope you guys can see. Do you see the Walmart sign? Do you see the Walmart sign? That's the Walmart across the street from my office. Okay? If you want to come to my office, feel free. Just had to show you that. Like, I'm not some university professor or some, rabbi somewhere. I am an insurance broker who on the side has a tiny channel and you just cut yourself and you want rabbis to come debate you. Why would a rabbi bother with you? I shouldn't be bothering with you. Honestly, I've wasted more time than my time is worth. But I feel bad for the people who paid you. You told me 12 people. 12 people have paid money Look in the Torah and see what it says about the man who gets caught stealing. He has to pay back kiflayim. Kiflayim. That's the dual, kiflayim. Right? He has to pay 2 times 2, kiflayim. Kaful means twice, and kiflayim means 2 times twice. So if you took $300 from someone to teach them Hebrew, you owe them their $300 back, and 4 times $300 back. That's not nice, Ben. That's too far. Like, please. Thank you.
All right, but there's more. There's more to this, guys. There's more. Because he then goes on his own YouTube page and does a video response to me. All right, he goes on his YouTube page and does a video response to me. I'm going to play his response.
Now, you have to understand, so I had never heard of him. And so if you watch the whole thing, you'll see in getting ready for vocab coming on my channel, what I did was I decided to watch, and I thought, you know, if I'm going to watch it, if I'm going to spend the time watching this, then I should go ahead and at least stream it so some of my friends could see, right? So it wouldn't be a complete waste of time. And I did not imagine he would actually watch it. And I probably would have been a lot nicer if I had. But I didn't think he was going to ever see it. So.
And I'm going to have you guys weigh in with me. All right? This is going to be the bulk of the video. The shortest part of the video is done. The remainder of the video, we're going to keep this right here. All right? And here we go.
And of course, so that was the video with vocab that he decided to only show the parts that he thought he got me on. So,
confusing. Because within any given denomination of religious or spiritual background and organizing, you will always find dialogue.
And again, you can go and watch the whole thing because obviously he's trying to skip around the places where I destroy him.
Diametrically opposed views. You will. By the way, if you're wondering why I sound sped up, it's because he sped.
I sped him up because I always speed up, because if you want to watch his show, you should go listen to his show. And I would have sped this up so we wouldn't be spending all this time. Oh, so he deleted his message. No. I do not want that deleted. No. Okay. No. So un monte de nada, a mountain of nothing. Yeah. Look, anybody can watch this and they can see. And like they can see. He was staring into it and didn't see it himself. Anybody can see. He was staring at it. It was precisely what I said that vocab understood without pointing it out. And then he goes and he makes it worse for himself. So you want to call that a mountain of nothing? You go right ahead. And if people are dumb enough that after that they still want to pay this man who doesn't know how to read at all, okay, I mean, who am I? It's not me. It's like it's either there or it's not. If you don't see it, you don't see it. Okay. You don't see it. Anybody who knows Hebrew or can see dots on a screen when he zoomed in. So, yeah, un monte de nada with the sleeping things. That's how you're doing it. That's how you're doing it. That's how you're doing it. Just straight up denying what any intelligent person can see, because Mr. Zion Lexx had to zoom in on it.
Set up the video, I guess, thinking that I was going to flag him.
No, that's not why. Because I always do.
But I don't do that.
All of them are...
I don't flag people for reposting my videos. Any video on YouTube, in my opinion, is open for critique. Didn't you put it out in the public?
Not just that. I mean, it's beyond that. Like fair criticism.
In my opinion,
whatever.
Any video that's posted to YouTube should be open to critique. After all, you posted it publicly, right?
You posted it publicly, right?
And so I don't mind people taking my video, reproducing it, and even using it to critique and get at me.
He doesn't mind.
That's all right.
That's all right.
Because I can do the same.
Yes, you can.
But I'm just explaining to the audience why you're going to hear my voice so sped up. It's like a YouTuber trick. You guys never see me do that because I'm not out here tricking people.
He's not out here tricking people. Except he does go to specific timestamps so that my arguments, so he doesn't actually deal with any of my actual arguments, right? I am showing his entire long video and I would generally show it at 1.5 speed, because if you want to watch his video, go watch his video. But okay.
And playing games with people. But people who do this for a living, apparently they know how to do all this stuff. So I had to look this stuff up today. I was like, damn, how do you speed up a YouTube video? Because I've never done it before. All right.
That's not bragging. You've never listened to a video at 1.5 speed? Like,
I've never done it before. And you guys, you listen to all my lives, you've never heard me play a YouTube video that's sped up, which lets you know that these type of people are into these kind of shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
They go on people's page, take content, and try to disrespect them. Which is why you're speeding up the video, because you're thinking that somebody's going to flag you.
No, that's not.
But they will only flag you.
And I have to say, with the stuff that you later say, I could have flagged you for harassment and doxing and all kinds of stuff. I didn't flag you. There's no flagging. There's no reason for me to flag you.
If you were disrespecting them, people don't have a problem with critique. People have a problem with
Respect is earned.
disrespect. All right? And so that's why you're going to hear me speaking a little fast. But I want you guys to listen very, very carefully. There are certain things that he says that I'm surely going to stop, press pause, and expound upon. But this part of the live is where his racism jumps all the way out the window.
Take a drink.
So buckle up. Always find different factions of belief and practice. So to single out the Israelite community as if this is a unique phenomenon and occurrence that only exists in the Israelite community is a very disingenuous statement to hold and to share and to convey. All right. Love the video, guys, and share it live. I'm going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
So he's selling spices.
Always ask questions.
My guess
And
is
so,
those
in trying to
spices are not
surmise,
kosher.
What a Hebrew Israelite is for dummies. A Hebrew Israelite is a living descendant of
He's absolutely right. Hebrew Israelite is for dummies.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
And I mean, he knows that was a joke, but he's gonna pretend to take it seriously. Well,
Wait,
it was kind of a joke.
y'all all heard that, right? My video is entitled Hebrew Israelites for Dummies. Why? Just like these types of books are made to give
For people who realize they don't know much,
people foundational understanding of that which they're looking to research, I said to myself, it would be a nice idea to do a video entitled Hebrew Israelite for Dummies. And then I wound up looking on Amazon later, and I said, wow, an Israelite actually has a book like that. So you guys go and support him. I don't know who that Israelite is, but I do want to give him a shout out, or her. But I want you to notice that this guy actually fixed his face to say, yeah, he is right. Not Hebrew Israelite for dummies, but Hebrew Israelites are dummies.
and
I
you
want you guys
proved
to
it.
listen very, very closely.
You proved it yourself.
I enjoy him. I got to tell you, I'm not mad at all. I enjoy this type of brazen personality because at least you standing on what you are. And I know who you are, so I shouldn't be shocked at your actions. So I always respect people who make it clear where they stand. So
I
if
always
you're
make it clear
racist,
where I stand.
be as racist as Jacob Federici.
Racist.
I'll at least put respect on that.
Racist.
I'm going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
So he's selling spices.
Always ask questions.
My guess
And
is
so,
those
in trying to
spices are not
surmise,
kosher.
What a Hebrew Israelite is for dummies. A Hebrew Israelite is a living descendant of
He's absolutely right. Hebrew Israelite is for dummies.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We get the name, title, and appellation Hebrew through the eponymous ancestor Abraham, the first person to be called in the Bible Ha-Ivri, which means the Hebrew.
Which means the one who crossed over. He doesn't even know what Ivri means. Doesn't even know what the word Hebrew means.
And he has a son by the name of Isaac, who has a son by the name of Jacob, and Jacob's name is changed to Israel. And with respect to the nation of Israel, God says, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. So the name Hebrew connects us to Abraham, and the name Israelite connects us to God, we as his sons, and he as our father. And so I couldn't picture describing myself as anything other than a Hebrew Israelite. Because by all means, I am certainly not going to discount my relationship to Father Abraham. So I'm certainly going to continue.
Redundant. Hebrew Israelite.
continue the legacy of Abraham by letting people know that I am a Hebrew.
You are not a Hebrew.
And it goes without question that I also would never, ever neglect to describe and call myself an Israelite, which shows not just my connection to all of the aforementioned biblical patriarchs, but also shows my connection to God, him as my father, as our father, and me and us as his son.
So what he apparently doesn't know is it says, Beni Bechori Israel, my firstborn son, Beni Bechori, my firstborn son, is Israel. What does that tell you about other children of God? But this is his whole racist, like, this is the stuff we know and expect from the Hebrew Israelites.
And then remember what we said earlier, right? And this is not, trying to degrade people or take away from people's beliefs. Being a Jew is a matter of conversion.
Being a Hebrew is a matter of conversion. That's what Hebrew means. It means to cross over. Ivri.
By the time we get to the Persian period in the Bible, the book of Ezra, you see people among the Israelites who are not necessarily from the tribe of Judah, from whence we get the abbreviation.
I mean,
Jew.
I'm not going to do the commentary all over again
who are beginning
because
to also be described as Jews.
It's already on there.
And so any of the 12 tribes.
So you can
hold
go
on.
to that. Mordecai was from the tribe of Benjamin. So let me just make this clear, because then he obviously won't understand, right? So what he's saying is that being an Israelite is not a matter of conversion. Being a Jew, Yehudi, is, right? And if you listen to his whole thing, right? So he's saying Jews are converted, right? But Israelites can only be people who are born of Jacob. So my question is, was Benjamin born of Israel or not? Why does it say that Mordecai was from an Israelite and a Jew, right? And from the tribe of Benjamin. And they have this whole, their tribes chart and all their silliness. But I mean, this is the normal silliness. He's not showing himself being especially stupid. So are you saying that the tribe of Benjamin aren't Israelites?
Tribes of Israel can be called. Okay, and this is why listening is an art, because everybody who was on that live stream with me.
Yes, listening is an art, and you obviously were not listening.
One thing you saw me do was you saw me open the book of Esther, turn it to chapter 2, go to verse 5, where Mordecai is described as
Mordecai is described
from the tribe of Benjamin, yet the Tanakh still calls him a Jew. Mm-hmm. So the fact that he's making these silly statements that aren't framed in what I said.
Yes, they are. You were saying that being a Jew, it means you're a convert, and because we call ourselves Jews, we must be converts and not part of the tribes. So either you don't understand what you were saying, you certainly don't seem to understand what I was saying.
Is either a testimony of, again, the blatant racism reeking from his lips.
Racism!
Or he's just really half retarded and possibly on K2 himself.
I'm retarded and on K2 myself. I have to wonder, with all the projection, how much K2 he takes. I just have to wonder.
But let's keep going. A Jew. In fact, there's an old tradition that says that in Jacob's blessing to Judah, when he says, "You, your brother shall praise," some of the rabbis of the oral tradition take that to mean that later on in Israelite history.
Hold on, I want to make clear, he in that original video was saying this is what the rabbis teach, and he was at least implying that that's not what he believes.
All of the 12 tribes will be called in his name, meaning all of the 12 tribes will be recognized as Yehudim or as Jews. Which means I just cut you, you goddamn idiot. Which means I just cut you. Which means you're commenting too fast.
What you said was that an Israelite, as opposed to a Jew, an Israelite, as opposed to a Jew, is a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And what I asked is, why does the Bible call Mordecai from the tribe of Benjamin a Jew, if what you're saying, which is that being a Jew is a matter of conversion, and so he wouldn't be a member of the tribes. And if you want to go to rabbinic sources, fine. I believe in the rabbis. You don't, remember?
Let the goddamn video play before you add a commentary.
That's rich.
You guys are like children. You sound stupid. Let the goddamn video play before you add your commentary, and then you see that I wasn't saying what you just said, stupid.
Why are you skipping? Why are you skipping?
And then remember what we said earlier,
I know why.
right? And this is not, trying to degrade people or take away from people's beliefs. Being a Jew is a matter of conversion.
Being a Jew is a matter of conversion. So why is Mordecai from the tribe of Benjamin being called a Jew?
By the time we get to the Persian period in the Bible, the book of Ezra, you see people among the Israelites.
The book of Esther, and what I said, I don't know if he listened to all of it, because at the time I actually pulled up, and if you listen to all of it, I pulled up the book of Ezra. Not that I thought he had watched my commentary, because how could he have watched my commentary? I had never made commentary on him before, right? So this was me watching him for the first time. And what I said was, maybe he keeps on saying Ezra instead of Esther because somebody else had shown him what is obvious in the book of Ezra. Not that I had told him, because why would he watch my channel? Nobody watches my channel. My friends watch my channel. How many views does my channel have? Like, why would I think that he had watched my channel? I'm not that egotistical. I'm not that much of a narcissist. I still wonder why he's watched my channel. Like, what is he doing watching my channel? I am the tail of the lion, and he is the head of foxes. And like Pirkei Avot says, the sayings of the fathers, be a tail to a lion and not the head of foxes. Look up to people who deserve your respect, which I do. Not try to be the leader of a bunch of clowns. Honestly, it's getting late. I should be going home. This is going to take forever. My dog is waiting at home.
Who are not necessarily from the tribe of Judah.
I should not be wasting this time.
From whence we get the abbreviation Jew. You see people who are not from the tribe of Judah who are beginning to also be described as Jews. And so any of the 12 tribes.
But Horlan, Mordechai was from the tribe of Benjamin. So are you saying that the tribe of Benjamin aren't Israelites? Aren't Israelites?
Tribes of Israel can be called a Jew. In fact, there's an old tradition that says that in
Israelites
Jacob's blessing to Judah, when he says, your brother shall praise, some of the rabbis of the oral tradition take that to mean that later on in Israelite history, all of the 12 tribes will be called in his name, meaning all of the 12 tribes will be recognized as Yehudim or as Jews.
But and you just said that Israelites is,
and so
that a Jew is a matter of conversion.
Any Israelite can be a Jew. In the book of Ezra, chapter 8, we saw that when foreign Gentile nations converted, took upon themselves the yoke of the Torah to follow the commandments of
he means Book of Esther. I wonder why he keeps on saying Ezra when he means Esther.
Yeah, I definitely made that mistake in that live. I definitely continue to say Ezra.
And notice I should have been saying Esther. He jumps all the way towards the end. He skips the part where I talk about Ezra.
Right?
I don't want to stop this because I want to get home.
Several times in that live stream,
I was
connecting things to the book of,
which I will.
I'm even messing up now, and so clearly that's the issue. I'm saying things that are in Esther, but I'm saying it's in Ezra, and the fact that I'm having the same trouble now is testimony to the fact that it was an error. All right, it's an error. Mm-hmm. But what's crazy about it is anybody listening clearly knows that I've read those books because I'm giving you full details.
I think you actually know what's in
accidentally
Ezra.
Or me saying it's Esther accidentally.
I think you
doesn't
know
stop you from knowing
Ezra
exactly what I'm saying. So you're actually honing in on very silly points.
No, it's not
the
silly
real point is
the book
is what
of
I'm
Ezra
saying wrong. That's the real point.
What you're saying is wrong.
Not,
but you
it's
didn't
really
show
in the
that
book
part.
of Esther. It's not in the book of Ezra.
No. But you're not addressing the point in Ezra, which I'm guessing you already read. I have to wonder if it's not because somebody's shown him what I'm talking about in Ezra, and maybe he doesn't have an answer. He doesn't have an answer to what's in Ezra, which somebody else had showed him.
Time out. Did this guy actually just fix his face to say, well, maybe the reason why he's having a hard time remembering if it's really in Esther versus Ezra is because somebody's showing him what I'm saying about Esther and he's using my information?
Not my information.
Dude, let me tell you something.
Why my information?
Until vocab drew you into this discussion, I don't know who you are.
You still don't know.
You're irrelevant and insignificant, like completely.
Yes.
Like you have a combined value.
Completely. What does that make you? What does that make you? And then you want Dr. Michael Heiser to come and debate you. I am completely irrelevant. I'm not a professor. I'm not a teacher. I'm an insurance broker with a hobby channel some of my friends watch. Dude, what does that say about you? You leader among clowns.
Of less than what 40,000 views on your YouTube page?
Less than
like
40
combined. I have that on
Like,
single videos.
Yeah. Like,
I don't know you.
Why would he know me?
I don't gotta use it.
Why would he know me?
Yeah.
Like, his video responding to me has like 5,000 views. My best video, like my Genesis 1 video, I think has like 8,000. I'm sure his response to me is going to have more than that. Why wouldn't it? He has an actual channel. He like has a Patreon and people donate and people are taking his classes. Like, how am I the least of these? Just tearing him to pieces. And he's supposedly the best that the Black Hebrew Israelites have. Like, that's small praise. That's an insult. You are the leader of a clown troupe. And the fact that you have to respond to me makes me wonder how thousands of views, like my channel, your channel, what is going on here? Why would anybody pay you? I gotta get home. It's late. I can't believe I've spent all this time on this.
But I like it though. I like it.
He likes it. Skin, and that's why when he means Esther, he keeps on saying Ezra.
Of God, the Bible says they profess to be Jews, or they call themselves Jews, or i.e., they made themselves
Mityahadim. That's an Esther, not Ezra. Why does he keep on saying Ezra?
Jews. Right, which is important because we have a clear reference in the Bible for the usage of the term Jew to denote a convert.
So Jew denotes a convert. How is Mordecai a Jew?
In the Bible, by a matter of conversion, with someone who is not a bloodline descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob being called an Israelite.
I showed you Book of Ruth. Well, yeah, Book of Ruth. It says her. Yeah, I showed it. It says her. And of course, he's not going to show it. Son is he's not gonna, Israel. Right. I showed it in the Book of Ruth. Descendant is in fact David, and like I showed you in Ezra, it's matrilineal. Like I showed in Ezra.
That doesn't exist anywhere in the Bible.
But I showed it.
So the first distinction, or as Where is his response? Says in his book,
why doesn't he pull up Ezra and Ruth, those, and refute me? I gotta get home.
Israelites and Jews, the significant difference. Anybody can call themselves Jew.
I said I was where things get show spicy. The whole thing. How much longer is this?
I mentioned Cohen Michael Ben Levi and his book, Israelites and Jews.
So I was looking these stuff up to try to find out who these people are.
He said that he's going to go and search Cohen Michael Ben Levi on the internet. Yeah. And so he searches for Cohen Michael Ben Levi.
I really should have done this at an hour.
He takes one good look at Cohen Michael Ben Levi, and he's going to say something.
I'm going to say he looks like a clown.
Let me first show you Cohen Michael Ben Levi's book, by the way. Let me give the elder his due respect.
Due respect.
So Cohen Mikael Ben Levi is not someone in the Israelite community whose book I stumbled upon on Amazon. I have a brother in the audience who's like a mentor to me, who is a mentor to me, and that brother's name is Chief Uziel Ben Lewi. And he can tell you, he can attest to the fact that we've been knowing Cohen Mikael since the early 90s, and for Chief Uziel since the 80s. When I came into this Israelite way of life in 1994, my first time hearing Cohen Mikael Ben Levi was November or October of 1995.
20 years? Is it 20 years? Yeah, it's more than
And
20 years.
when he first released this book entitled Israelites and Jews, A Significant Difference, one of the temples that he made
doing
a
this
run,
for 20
stopped
years.
by and shared the book with is the temple that I was at that time, Shema Israel. Shout out to Chief Principal Ben Zevaloon. And so I usually draw from those Israelite authors that I know and have experience with. It's very, very hard for me to co-sign other authors because I don't know everything that they teach, and I don't co-sign everything that they teach, but I certainly co-sign the elders in the community. So you guys will hear me talking about Rudolph R. Windsor's book. Shout out to him. You'll also hear me talking about Cohen Mikael Ben Levi. So for all of you who don't have his book, go get his book. It's on Amazon.
No.
And as you're going to hear
Please.
Jacob Federucci say, it's a bestseller on Amazon at that.
Well, he skipped it. I mean, I think I did say it, but I think he then skipped it.
So we're going to
He
take the
doesn't
time to give
actually
our
show the
elder
whole thing.
his
You
due
can see it
respect.
on my video if you want. I mean,
Guys,
my
go on
video's there.
Amazon and purchase Cohen
Hate
Mikael
views
Ben
are
Levi,
welcome.
Israelites and Jews, The Significant Difference. This book was published for the second time in 2001, and its original publication date is 1997. All right, but here we go. Here we go. Because that term and appellation can be used as a matter of conversion.
I have no idea who
But
this
look
guy
to
is or what this book is. Let me see.
And so the first distinction,
So I was watching this to try
as
to
Cohen Mikael Ben
learn
Levi says
more
in his
about
book,
these people
Israelites and Jews, the significant.
in order to be
Israelites and
prepared
Jews.
for vocab coming on my channel. Jews, the significant distinctions. Let me see if I can find this book. Apparently, Cohen Michael Ben Levi. When this is from 1997. Why he doesn't show the
Who is this
important
guy?
parts?
He
Where I
attended
reviewed
boys'
him.
high school. Okay, I care what his high school is.
Why
He
should
later
I care
attended
what high
Morgan
school he
State
went to?
College in Baltimore, Maryland for 2 years. He received his Bachelor's of Arts degree
From
from City
schools
College of New
nobody's
York and his
ever
Master's of Science
everybody
degree in
heard of.
Special Education from Graduate School.
And I didn't make the joke. And I'm not going to make the joke now. But his teacher has a master's degree in special education. I didn't say he's your teacher. You said he's your teacher.
of Education at City College. Okay.
Listen to him attempt to ridicule Cohen Mikael Ben Levi's education. All right.
I didn't have to ridicule it. I
Cohen
just had to
Mikael,
read it out.
and that made him say that he's going to go and do some research on him.
Yeah.
And the first thing he pulls up, he sees where Cohen Mikael Ben Levi went to high school. He says
Why
he
would
doesn't
you
care for
list
that.
where you went to high
Then he starts
school?
going into his college history. And you're going to hear Cohen Mikael's accolades.
These are
many of them,
accolades?
you know, are high notable.
No. These are not high laudables, right? So when you look at actual leaders of the Black community who teach at Harvard and Yale, one of my teachers had graduated Yale. I'm not gonna put him into all this, but one of my professors, several of my professors, were very accomplished. And like, I'm just thinking of like all the accomplished Black people I know, which is lots and lots and lots. And like thinking of my friend who, and all these really accomplished people from well-known schools that are absolute leaders of the genuine, and this I am denigrating a Black man who got ahead. Yeah, when you start talking about a PhD in economics, and I'm sorry, I don't know all his accolades, but like he's won all sorts of medals, right? So Glenn Lowry lost more brain cells during his bout with addiction than I will ever have. And he still, right? Now that is an accomplished man, a very accomplished man. He has a PhD in MIT, from MIT. And I would be honored to consider myself one of his students. Of course, I've just watched his YouTube videos. I'm nothing to him. He has no idea I'm alive. That's who I respect. Among many, 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 many others. I mean, I'm just pointing out, like, this is your idea of an accomplished Black man? How low are your standards for Black men? How low are your standards for Black leaders and women?
And then you're going to see him start ridiculing him again. And then he's going to do the ultimate diss.
I'm going to call him a clown.
Disrespect the elder personally.
I'm going to call him a clown.
Which I thought was really, rather disgusting.
Because
this is your literally
elder?
Has children this guy's age.
Okay.
And so for him to talk like that was, just downright nasty about our elder.
He's your elder?
He's going to take one good look at Kohen Mikael Ben Levi.
And call
he's
him a
going to make
clown.
some very nasty, nasty comments and remarks. And I want you guys to.
And there's a reason.
First and foremost.
And when you see the picture, you'll see why.
Kohen Mikael
because he's dressed
Ben
like a clown.
Is. Let me share my screen so you can see. And so this is Kohen Mikael Ben Levi, who now.
And this is how the Hebrew Black Israelites, or whatever they want to call it, Black Hebrews, African, whatever, go around, and President Barack Obama now that is a leader who went to Harvard. Like, These are your elders. These are the people you look up to. No wonder. Be a tail to a lion, not the head of foxes. I gotta get home.
Now
It's
is
so
based
late.
in
I can't,
Guyana.
like another
He's with
hour
the
of
Hebrew
this.
family of Guyana, originally based in New York, out of the old Hashaba. And he also made his way into a congregation known as B'nai Adat Kol Beit Israel, also here in Brooklyn, New York. And then about the end of the 70s, mid 70s, early 80s, he was tasked by HaKohen Levi to go to Guyana and build a community in Guyana. All right.
This man's not a Cohen.
And so this is a legacy that has, been in the making literally over 40 years.
40 years.
Over 40 years. And so I think that this elder is due a lot more respect than what this guy is trying to give out.
Zero.
All right. So this is Colonel Michael Ben Levi.
Clowns.
Again, I want everybody to take a nice, good look at him, because in a couple of moments, you're going to hear this guy say something very nasty about the look of Cohen Michael Ben Levi.
Because
can only mean one thing.
Black Hebrew Israelites clown outfit he's wearing.
Because what about Cohen Michael is going to warrant the comment that everybody is about to hear you make?
Outfit.
And then, as you guys heard me say earlier, what does this say about Vocab Malone? That he would have a blatant racist enter a dialogue on disagreements on the Bible? We disagreeing on the Bible.
What dialogue?
And you got a European Jew that hates black people to respond to me?
European Jew? I'm not European. I'm Mizrahi. And what dialogue? Vocab came on my channel. That was it.
That was a good idea? Crazy. But here we go.
So he has, nothing, has served the Israelite community in his capacity as a teacher for over 25 years. Worked as a principal. He was a public
school
school
first
teacher.
Distinction, or as Cohen Michael Ben Levi says in his book, Israelites and Jews, the Significant Difference. Anybody can call themselves Jew, because that term and appellation can be used as a matter of conversion.
I have no idea who this guy is or what this book is. And notice, instead of playing the whole thing through,
says in his book,
he's
Israelites and Jews,
jumping Israelites and Jews. Why is he showing this over again? Because he doesn't want to show the rest of what I say.
Let me see if I can find
I'm showing his whole thing in its absolute entirety, beginning to end. Apparently, even though I don't know why I'm Ben Levi. I should go home. I should just let this run. This is from 1997. Wow, I've been at this for like how long? Who is this guy? He attended Boys High School. Okay, I care what his high school is. He later attended Morgan State College in Baltimore, Maryland for 2 years. He received his Bachelor's of Arts degree from City College of New York and his Master's of Science degree in Special Education from Graduate School of Education at City College. Okay, so he has, nothing, has served the Israelite community in his capacity as a teacher for over 25 years. Worked as a principal in Guyana School Ministry of in 1985. He taught at the New York City public school system. Okay.
We all know what the undertone of a racist sounds like, right?
Racist.
Here he is quoting Cohen Mikael Ben Levi's educational background. You know, he has a BA, bachelor's degree. He has a master's degree. He taught in here in New York City, public school. He was also a principal here in New York City. Those are high accolades.
Those are high
and I want
accolades.
you to listen how he goes
low are your
in a very
standards?
racist and, you know, snickering, sneerish way.
Those are not
That's
high
interesting.
accolades.
Okay.
How low are your
public school
standards?
teacher. Principal. Okay. Like that's nothing. When you look up Jacob Federucci on Google, which is who this guy is, he sells insurance.
Yep.
And I don't know how your business is ran, but I got to tell you something. In the real world, people tend to put great respect on educators. So Cohen Mikael having a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, teaching in the public schools system here in New York City, and also as a principal here in New York City, you're snickering in a very racist tone.
It's not
like
racist.
That's nothing to write home about, nothing to be proud about.
It would be racist if I thought that was impressive for a black man. That's what would be racist. If I thought that was impressive for a black man, that would be racist. Because I know impressive black men. So, again, it's all about race. I should be going, why am I wasting my time on these clowns?
Is you and many people like you, no matter how high black people climb.
No matter how high, there are 2 black Supreme Court justices. Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. No matter how high, this is how high black people rise. This is what you think is I could literally count tens, hundreds of black, at least hundreds. Must be thousands of people. I don't know if I was going to sit down and name black men and women who rise high up, like a master's degree, like, oh, because he has a master's and I don't, that suddenly makes him an exceptional black man? Why would I assume that a black man wouldn't be better educated than I am? What are these low expectations? I should be going home. I am wasting my time, and this is a waste of my time. President of the United States, Harvard Law School, impressive black man. Not impressive for a black man. Impressive as a human being who is a black man. Because becoming president of the United States is an impressive accomplishment. Being a professor at one of the top universities in this country, of which there are many who are black men and women, just thinking like, oh, why do you have such low standards? No matter how high, this is how high. This is how high. Why would I, like, he teaches public school. That's nice. That's nice. He has a master's degree. That's nice. Is he a brain surgeon? Is he the CEO of one of the largest? I'm just thinking of like all the black people, like all the successful black people, like at the Los Angeles Times and at the New York Times and like all the impressive, no matter how high, this is how high. There are black men and women who are at the top of our society. This is no matter how high. He has a master's degree in special education and he was a principal at a public school. I mean, look, I'm a tuchus. I'm a jackass here. Like, I'm an insurance salesman. He's right. Insurance broker, I like to call myself. Right? Why are your standards for black men so low? Seriously, why? Why would they be? Just thinking of like all like
totem pole in life, you will always see them
no
as
matter how high in the totem pole in life. You know, like Supreme Court Justice or President of the United States or CEO of a major company or a PhD from MIT or Stanford or professor or like I don't want to dox like some of the black people I know who are of high positions, but like I'm just thinking of some of them. Like, and if I were to name their positions, it would be obvious who these people are because they are some of the leaders of the entirety of the United States. The totem pole for a black man is not being principal of one school. The totem pole of black men includes General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is also very well educated and was Secretary of State and honestly could have been president if he wanted to, I think. And Supreme Court Chief, well, hopefully one day Chief Justice, but Supreme Court Justice, like, that's high on the totem pole. Professor at Ivy League University, that's high on the totem pole. CEO of major company, and then don't even talk about like all of the accomplished athletes and musicians and artists and like this is your standard. This is your standard. This is you, the elder of your community. He has a master's degree in special education and was a principal of I hope a high school. Whereas Condoleezza Rice was provost or vice provost of Stanford University. This is how, no matter how high, why is your totem pole for leaders of the Black community so short? And honestly, like, I didn't even mention Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey. Billionaire. And it's not even just that. Like, I'm thinking of, I mean, all the like proud and accomplished Black authors that I've read, and inventions, and George Washington Carver, of course. I'm like, did they not teach you Black History Month in your school? They taught me. I mean, in Los Angeles, I'm like, this is not what I consider like a master's degree is not like brain surgeons, dentists. I know lots of dentists who are Black, like pharmacists, like people of great education. A master's degree is nice. Look, I don't have a master's degree, so I'm one to talk. But and the only thing I can think of is that he wants to be among the leaders, the top of, he wants to be the big fish in a small pond. So he thinks small. I should be going home.
Niggers.
Did he just use the N-word?
As niggers. And this is why you need.
I had not noticed that before. It was lost in the sound, and should have been lost in the sound.
Neglect to put any respect on these very high accolades.
Very high accolades
that you are reading.
Very high accolades. He graduated from high school. He has a bachelor's degree from a school I haven't heard of and a master's degree from a school I haven't heard of. As opposed to like all like, oh, I mean if you're just talking USC and UCLA, like just, I mean, they're just two universities in Los Angeles. Like, I'm just, all the PhDs and JDs and MDs and education. That's high accolades. PhD from MIT, that's a high accolade. PhD from MIT is a high accolade. And that's what I consider to be a high accolade for a Black man. because I know lots of successful black men. Why am I spending? I care what his high school is.
gets
He later
under my
attended Morgan
skin.
State College in Baltimore, Maryland for 2 years. He received his Bachelor's of Arts degree from City College of New York and his Master's of Science degree in Special Education from Graduate School of Education at City College.
Is he a doctor? Is he a lawyer?
Okay. So
PhD? Is he a
like nothing?
nothing?
Has served the Israelite community in his capacity as a teacher for over 25 years.
I don't understand.
Worked as a principal in Guyana School Ministry of in 1985 he taught at the New York City public school system. Okay.
Ivy League universities.
There are Levitical Communications. So it's a self-published book.
Like,
This is a self-published book.
Read the books by Professor Dr. Thomas Sowell. Brilliant. I quote him all the time. Brilliant man. What low expectations.
Let me see if I can find any information on this guy.
I'm offended. And I'm not even black. There are 2 Supreme Court justices. They're not principals of some school, which is a perfectly respectable.
He has a YouTube channel apparently,
and his YouTube channel is smaller than mine. I didn't say said about the same size. Honestly, it's smaller than mine. It's smaller than mine.
Yeah. And his YouTube channel is about the size of mine.
I was being nice. It's actually smaller than mine.
And he looks like a clown to me.
Did everybody hear him say, and he looks like a clown to me? Oh, really? Yeah. Cohen Mikhail Ben Levy, who's old enough to be your father and possibly your grandfather too by his age.
Okay.
He looks like a clown.
Yeah.
What's very telling at this point in the live stream, guys, is how Vocab Malone can use a blatant racist to respond to me on disagreements that we're having on biblical passages. So we should sit through all of the blatant racist,
by the way,
remarks
Vocab had no
and make
idea.
our way to
this is on my channel.
Critiques that he has.
Vocab was nice enough to come on my little channel.
What does this say about you, Vocab Malone?
It says that he's incredibly gracious and comes on my
If
tiny
our
little
issue is we disagree on how the Torah is understood and the Bible is understood, then let's keep it there. I certainly made a joke that the understanding of your friend showed that he might be high on drugs. I certainly did. But that was warranted based on how they attacked me. They attacked me in a very nasty way as well with various comments that they made towards me. And I responded with the same energy. But then it doesn't stop there for you, because apparently my response to your friend really hurt your feelings, just as you told Jacob You were really upset when you saw me making fun of your friend. So then you go and find Jacob, who you know is a blatant racist.
I actually found him.
And
He
as
doesn't-
such, you know
honestly,
he's
okay.
going to be very...
Vocab was incredibly gracious. He came and we had a nice discussion. You can watch it, the whole thing. And he took a clip of part of my discussion and he premiered it on his channel. So, like, don't blame Vocab for me, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't showing the thing. I'm sorry about that. Like you guys were staring at me the whole time and my bald head. But like you can watch his video on his thing. But like, yeah, I have no respect. Like none of the professors. None of the professors. And like I know a lot of Black doctors and lawyers and professors and leaders and soldiers and musicians and artists, and they don't go around dressed like this.
Very disrespectful about his views on Hebrew Israelites.
I am very
and
disrespectful.
Use him to respond to me.
I am very
and what
disrespectful.
Does that say about you?
And honestly,
and to Adam
Vocab's
Coleman,
too nice. Like,
what does that say?
Vocab obviously knows more Hebrew than you do. At least that's obvious to me. But he's humble enough that he doesn't. He's like, I don't know Hebrew. But he when I explained to him your mistakes, he understood it. He understood it very clearly. Whereas you just
about you.
What? Like there's an hour left of this.
Because Vocab Malone is somebody that you keep friendship with. He called you his friend on his live stream.
I have to go home.
And your friend is someone who is willing to use a blatant racist because we're having a disagreement on the Bible. And all these black men that stand by with and for Vocab, y'all are cool with this? Or are you coon with this?
I'm not.
Coon. C-O-O-N. Coon.
And I'm the racist.
Are you coon with this?
And I'm the racist. Like the projection. The absolute projection. So it's a self-published book. Self-published book, as opposed to like all the books that I've read by book and men and women that are bestsellers and self-published, like Harvard University Press, Yale University Press. See if I can find any information on this guy. The Penguin and I don't understand why his standards are just so low. And the only thing I can think of is because he wants to be the head of Fox. He has a YouTube channel apparently. And it's the size of my YouTube channel. Yeah, and his YouTube channel is about the size of mine. And he looks like a clown to me. Well, maybe we'll go take a look at his stuff after this is done.
Difference. Anybody can call themselves Jew, because that term and appellation can be used as a matter of conversion. But in order to call yourself an Israelite,
where do you get that
Where
from?
did you get this? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Where did you get it?
When you see us calling ourselves Hebrew
where
Israelites,
did you get
the
this?
notion is our bloodline connection to Abraham, Isaac, and
Use
Jacob.
your soundboard a little bit more, and
they call
say
themselves
more
Jewish.
bullshit.
And I won't get into the whole spiel.
And he's not answering.
They're really not Jews.
He hears
they
me
call
asking those
Jewish.
questions. Where did
and
you get it? So
ISH means acting like or pertaining.
He's listening to me say it. Where did he get it? Where did he get it?
To be brutally honest with you guys, and I'm talking to the Israelite community, that's a okay argument when you first come into this way of life. You know, you're new and you don't really know how to frame arguments, but that's not a sound argument.
You're right.
Jew, as a matter of conversion, we know they're converts just by the name and appellation Jew. You don't got to be team too much. You don't got to do too much. You just presented a scholarly argument because you really didn't.
Why'd you
Because
skip?
the reality is,
why are you skipping?
The very term Jew and use of the term
you
Jew.
Didn't skip
when speaking to someone that's not an Israelite, you're
there was
automatically
nothing
talking about
going
convert.
on.
You don't need to add the ISH.
So why are you
to not show the term Jew being used as a term to reference conversion? But what you cannot find in the Hebrew Bible is the term Israelite as a matter of conversion.
Except where I showed you.
Never see European Jews saying that they're Israelites.
I'm an Israelite.
Many of them.
I'm not a European Jew, but I'm an Israelite. We don't use the word Israelite because it's a weird way of speaking English. And when you're trying to communicate, you call yourself a Jew so people understand who you are. And to go to the Bible,
converts.
Yeah, there are plenty of things people said in the Bible which we don't use when we're talking.
Once again,
are you talking out of the Bible?
Did everybody hear him just say, we don't use the term Israelites because it's just a weird way of speaking English? Did everybody hear him say that?
Yes. Speaking English.
Let me say it again. I said that the mere fact that you never find European Jews describing themselves as Israelites is because they know they are not bloodline descendants.
Where I talked about
the term Jew in the Bible is even applied to converts.
Of course.
And so I said I don't have a problem when people, as a matter of conversion, say that they are Jews because the term Jew can describe a convert right in the Bible. But I said the term Israelite is only used by people who are bloodline descendants, and that's why you don't find European Jews calling themselves Israelites. And then he says,
that's completely
well, we don't use the term Israelite because that's just not a smart way.
I didn't say smart
of saying things in English.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm gonna let you hear that again.
We speak,
and then
English.
I'm gonna open.
And of course, he's gonna play it over and over.
A Jewish-based Tanakh
translation of
with
the
Bible,
word
Israelite used by Jews that he just said they don't use
in speaking. And
but first, let's roll back that beautiful
biblical language. Why am I bothering this video so long?
Israelite, keep it simple, stupid.
I'm glad you agree the Israelite community is stupid.
Because the reality is, the very term Jew and use of the term Jew, when speaking to someone that's not an Israelite. Did y'all hear him say, I'm glad you agree that the Hebrew Israelite community is stupid? That's not what I was saying.
I know that.
I said people who use very bad arguments, old and outdated arguments, I said could take a page out of my supervisor. Shout out to Uncle Paul. When I was in EMT, he would say KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And I'm referring to people who use old and outdated arguments. I was not calling the Hebrew Israelite community stupid.
Oh, come on.
That's what you said. Be honest with you guys, and I'm talking to the Israelite community. That's a okay argument when you first come into this way of life. You know, you're new and you don't, because then you're going to have a problem. Because there are people from England who we call today English.
Mm-hmm.
There are people from Scotland today who we call Scottish. There are people from Ireland today who we call Irish.
Mm-hmm.
And none of them are pretending to or acting like those people. Each and every single nation aforementioned are all actually that nation. Do too much, he would say, just stop, everybody, just stop. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And I say that to the experiences. We're rounded up in the bay, about to go out for our day's work. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. KISS, keep it simple, actually that nation.
Mm-hmm.
So don't go into the whole spiel that the suffix ISH means acting like or pretending to, and then thinking that you just presented a scholarly argument because you really didn't. As one of my elderly, used to call him my big uncle, one of my supervisors on one of my jobs, used to always say to us, KISS, keep it simple,
I
stupid.
don't have time for this.
Right when all the ambulances were rounded up in the bay, about to go out for our day's work, we had a checklist that we had to go through. And shout out to the my big Uncle Paul, he would always say, and going through the checklist and find that people making errors left and right, and their errors are simple and, just careless. People trying to do too much. He would say, just stop, everybody, just stop. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And I say that to the Israelite community. Keep it simple, stupid.
I'm glad you agree. The Israelite community is stupid.
Because, and this is what we call blatant misconstruing of somebody's words.
Yeah,
Because
I
I'm
mean,
not referring
obviously,
to the entire Israelite community.
I'm
addressing those Israelites that use old and outdated arguments. And I spoke to them the same way that my supervisor spoke to me when he said KISS, keep it simple, stupid. But you turned around and put it out there.
I shouldn't.
I'm glad he agrees that the Hebrew Israelite community is
spend
stupid.
my time.
Why don't you just go ahead and say
thing?
the Black Hebrew Israelite community?
Black
Since
Hebrew
we really
Israelite
know
community.
that you're racist.
No,
And
that's
since
not
you
why.
already being pretty much blatant about your racist attitude, why don't you just go ahead and say the Black Hebrew Israelite community is stupid?
Black
Why don't you just
Hebrew
say
Israelite
say that?
community is stupid.
Or are you afraid that somebody might take this video, bring it to change.org, type in Jacob Federucci, and start a petition to end your business, your insurance business, because you're a blatant racist. And you're probably selling insurance to Black people when you live in Los Angeles.
Like,
just a thought, Israelites.
Can you imagine somebody going to change.org to sign a petition about me? Like, do you have, like, don't you have children to take care of, parents, family, parties to work to do, like, music to listen to? Imagine that the best thing you have to do with your time is, and I'm spending my time.
As you will with that information, I ain't gonna stop you.
I'm just imagining some of the, like, Black professors, lawyers, doctors, writers, musicians, athletes going to change.org my insurance business? The only thing I can think of is he's trying to scare me, maybe, that this might happen, and he wants me to shut up and not. So I said that I teach Hebrew for free and I don't charge, which I do and I don't. And maybe he wants, like, he thinks of me as some sort of competition. There's free Hebrew all over the place. Aleph with Beth, great channel, Biblical Hebrew, like people who actually know what. Honestly, if you make a change petition and people sign it, I would be honored. I would be honored. Like, I can't even imagine people wasting their change.org
The
petition.
reality is, the very term Jew and use of the term Jew, when speaking to someone that's not an Israelite, you're automatically talking about a convert. You don't need to add the ISH. You can open it to mouth and show the term Jew being used as a term to reference conversion. But what you cannot find in the Hebrew Bible is the term
If he
Israelite
hadn't
as a matter of
complained,
conversion.
I
And
would
that's why
be
you
at
never
least
see
playing
European
this at
Jews
1.5
saying that they're Israelites.
speed.
Because many of them and their
We don't use the word Israelite because it's a weird way of speaking English. And to do this in English is silly. Yeah. English? Like,
rabbis know that they are in fact converts. Okay, so we're going to stop
Even-
right there because again, he says we don't
I'm
use the
not gonna
term
stop. I'm not
Israelite
gonna
because
stop.
it's just a weird way
I'm not going to stop.
of speaking English. And of course, he's speaking for Jewish people, right? When he says we don't use the term Israelite because it's a weird way of speaking English. So let's see how accurate that is. I'm going to go to Sefaria.org, which is a Jewish-based website. And let's see if they don't use the term Israelite because it is
In the
a
Bible?
weird way of speaking English. Let's see.
Okay, imagine
of Leviticus, chapter
imagine
24,
if I were to pull up a Bible, even a recent Bible translation, and if I were to speak like the Bible, would you think that I am speaking in weird ways? Like, why am I stopping?
Verse
Why
10,
am I bothering?
which reads Be'ivrit, Vayetze ben Isha Yisraelit. And there went forth the son of an Israelite Isha woman.
I have to say, so he aspirates the hay, which he shouldn't do, and he would know if he spoke Hebrew, because Isha is a woman. Isha is her husband. The aspirated hay with a dagesh in it.
And he
I doubt he even knows what an aspirated hay is.
translate Israelite in English. Keep in mind, he said, we, European Jews, don't use the term Israelite because
it's a weird way of speaking English.
It's a weird way of speaking English. So let me see how Sefaria.org, a Jewish-based website, let's see how they
translates the Bible.
Literally.
Do you really use biblical terms
and translated the Hebrew term Israelite? Let's see how they translated it in English. Is that not the word Israelites right there? Is this not the word again, Israelite, right here?
And of course, he doesn't read the half Israelite part. Okay, why am I doing
this? Israelite, right here. So somebody tell me, why is this lying little bastard?
Lying little bastard. I hope at least you're listening to this at 1.5
Somebody
speed,
please tell me.
Listening to this.
Did we all just hear him say No, we don't use the term Israelite because it's just a weird way of speaking English.
Speaking English.
So Sepharia.org was made by Hebrew Israelites, then you saying, huh?
No, it's a translation of the Bible. That's not speaking
That's what you're
English.
saying? Because the last time that I checked, Sepharia.org is a European Jewish-based website, and they certainly don't have a problem using the English vernacular.
The Bible, vernacular,
term.
English vernacular. I'm sorry, a Bible. Maybe he doesn't know what the word vernacular means. Maybe he doesn't know what the word vernacular means. That's the only
Israelite when translating Israelite.
It's almost midnight. Oh my God.
So not only at this point is vocab using somebody once again with sloppy, silly, and stupid scholarship.
Sloppy,
vocab
silly, and stupid scholarship
today.
Somebody to talk.
Because vocab used somebody who's a blatant racist.
Vocab just came on my channel. And we had a nice discussion, actually. It was a very nice discussion, by the way. I highly recommend it. And thank you, Vocab.
It is my opinion, it is my view, and I would debate any European rabbi on this view.
Why would a
that
rabbi
most of European Jewry
debate
call themselves Jewish or simply Jews because the creator of heaven and earth won't even allow you to call yourself an Israelite as a group.
This is bullshit. Oh, this is complete bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit.
That moniker is reserved for the children of Israel.
And by the way, I don't. Why am I stopping? There are things there are three things that the Torah says are an ot, are a sign between you and me. And those are signs which the Bible says tells you who is Israel, who is a true Israelite. And I doubt he even knows what those are. But for some reason, even though the Torah says the seventh day of the week, some reason.
It's a very, very significant point. All right. So in the Israelite community, you have people who either follow Yeshua and the New Testament as well as the Old Testament. You have Israelites who either reject Yeshua and only follow the teachings of the Old Testament. And that's not something new or unique.
Old
Even
Testament?
among European Jews, you have that. You have Israelites that either say that they reject the oral tradition or that they accept the oral tradition.
No, but we all believe in the Tanakh, not the Old Testament.
Jews that say that they are Karaite Jews and they reject the oral tradition.
And there are 50,000
And so these are
in the
some
world?
basic tenets within the Israelite way of life that needs to be understood. Also, people assume that when we say we are Israelites, it is literally something that we just came up with based on...
Yes, it is something you just came up with. It is completely something you just came up with based on a desire for things to be how you wish them to be. There's no history to it whatsoever.
Bible verse interpretation alone and exclusively. And I gotta tell you, that's incorrect also. Because if I were to take you to the book entitled From Babylon to Timbuktu, and I would take you to what is colloquially called the Israelite Starter Kit. The Israelite Starter Kit.
That's a Ben Yehuda. That's a Ben Yehuda dictionary.
And I'm missing one of the main features of it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have it.
I'm sorry. Somebody's commenting. Okay. Yes, of course there were black Jews historically. Moses' wife. So I said, "Oh my God, that's a Ben Yehuda dictionary," because Eliezer Ben Yehuda is the creator of modern Hebrew, and it's a modern Hebrew dictionary, and we're talking about biblical Hebrew. So,
King James Bible. All right, so I'm going to pause the video there. Everybody heard me
And now
clearly
he's gonna
say I'm going
talk
to take you to what's considered the Hebrew Israelite starter kit.
which tells you
And that's
these
why you
people
saw me
have
pull
no
out the
idea
Ben-Yehuda's
about the
dictionary.
Bible. The Bible. Why
But
would
that
you
wasn't to
use Ben
suggest
Yehuda's modern?
that the dictionaries that I look at solely consists of the Ben Yehuda's dictionary.
No, that's not.
So
That's not
because
why
we
I
know this
said
little
Ben
jackass-
Yehuda. I said Ben Yehuda because it's a modern Hebrew dictionary, but I guess he doesn't know that. Why am I stopping? I shouldn't be stopping. I should.
As is watching, I want you to make sure that your glasses are on very, very tight so that you can see my screen. Oh, jackass.
And now he's going to bring up all these dictionaries. And you know what? Why do you need so many dictionaries? Like, you speak in English. How many English dictionaries do you have? Like, and he's showing off as if, like, dude, at the very least, get them on your tablet or. Like, why would you have that many dictionaries? Whatever. We will hopefully. I mean, I not hopefully. Why would he bother? Why would I bother? But if he wants, like, I never thought he would actually watch my stuff. Like, why would he? He has and frankly, I wouldn't watch his stuff because. But if he wants to come on my channel, he can.
All right,
But
so we're gonna
when
start
I
off
went
light.
when I went to comment while he was live
Again,
commenting,
listening is an art.
he hit
and
me.
apparently, people don't like to listen.
And he hid my comments on his channel.
In that video, I said I'm going to draw for what's considered the Hebrew Israelite starter kit.
And why you would start with a Ben Yehuda modern Hebrew dictionary
give the notion
for the
that that is
Bible.
the only Hebrew book that I read.
I didn't say it
So
was
let me
the
just
only
take you
Hebrew
guys
book you
through
read.
my collection.
Did I say it's the only Hebrew book he reads?
have
I asked why
An
would he
ancient Hebrew
use
Torah lexicon by Jeff A. Boehner. Right? We're starting light.
You own a lot of dictionaries. It would be nice if
I
you
have
actually
Jeff A. Boehner's
learned
ancient Hebrew Torah.
and you didn't need a bunch of dictionaries.
All right.
I don't even know if I own an English dictionary. I own a Spanish
also
dictionary.
have
I do own a Hebrew dictionary.
A book entitled Learning Biblical Hebrew,
I'm not
Reading for
fluent.
Comprehension and Introductory Grammar by Carl V. Kutz and Rebecca Josberger. And I like that particular book so much that I actually bought it twice.
I guess maybe, but how is he teaching people? Like, I guess for his students,
I like this particular book so much that I actually bought it twice.
Liked it so much, or didn't realize he owned it. Like, I don't know. Why would you buy the same book? Like, I guess maybe for his students.
Biblical Hebrew and Introductory Grammar by Paige H. Kelly.
Okay.
All right. Etymological Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew, based on the commentaries of Samson Raphael Hirsch, written by Matit Yahu Clark. An Introduction to Biblical Aramaic by Andreas Schul. Hold on, I'm not done. There's more. An Old Testament parsing guide on biblical Hebrew by Todd S. Beal, William A. Banks, and Colin Smith.
By the way, the parsing guide is what would actually show him the yud with the dagash and the chirik and the.
I'm not done. There's more.
The parsing guide is for the cancellations, which I'm guessing he hasn't read that.
You want to get super technical? The Masoretic text employs what we call the Tiberian vocalization system. But how do we know that the Tiberian vocalization system, is bona fide or authentic or genuine, right? Is anybody studying to see why it is that we would accept the Tiberian vocalization system? I surely am. Cambridge Semitic Language and Culture, the Tiberian Pronunciation Tradition of Biblical Hebrew, Volume 1 by Jeffrey Kahn.
I pointed out he doesn't know Hebrew.
But I'm not done.
That's what
There's more.
pissed him off. I pointed out he doesn't know Hebrew.
We're talking about Aramaic, right? Most of you know.
Honestly,
that I don't hide
vocab
that I
knows more
studied the
Hebrew
oral
than
tradition. Hold on. Let me,
I'm pretty
always
sure
do this.
vocab knows more Hebrew
Hold
than
on.
he does.
We might be in rare form tonight. Hold on. Let me stay on language for a second before I show the next book. This book right here is a grammar dictionary on the Aramaic that's used in the oral tradition, otherwise known as the Talmud.
I mean, when you have the Jastro,
I guarantee you this guy don't got none of these
why
books.
do you need all these? Like, you have a Jastro. That's what everybody uses, and it's on Safari for free.
I guarantee you.
Why are you buying?
All right, this is an Aramaic dictionary of the Talmud because I study the oral tradition. So I make sure that when I'm reading the Talmud in Aramaic, I'm making sure that I'm following it correctly. So I got my Aramaic dictionary.
Safari has
but that's not it.
Built-in dictionary. You just click and it shows you the words. Like,
I also have a glossary of all of the Talmudic scholars ever mentioned in both the Palestinian Talmud, also known as the Jerusalem Talmud, as well as the Babylonian Talmud. Every single scholar that's mentioned,
to do with the
I can tell you
China?
When they were born, I can tell you who their teachers were, I can tell you what they taught.
I think this is available free for online. Honestly, like,
that's not it. There's more. I could take you to this book, A Chronological Index of Jewish History, right? Which mentions in here that you, Jacob Federici, you're a Khazar. It's mentioned right in this book.
I'm Mizrahi.
Codex Judaica, Chronological Index of Jewish History. But I'm not done. There's more.
Yeah, you're not done. Oh my
God. This is Marcus Jastro's Aramaic Dictionary of the Talmud and Targum, 2 volumes in 1.
Yeah, you have a Jastro. Well, Jastro's on Safari for free. You have a Jastro. That's what everybody uses. Some people don't use that. Whatever. Like, if you have a Jastro, why'd you buy the other ones?
So at this point, y'all should know what I'm going to say, right?
No, I have no idea.
I'm not done.
Oh, okay. Please be done. if you buy enough books, actually, I shouldn't like it's a nice thing to buy books. I have a bit of
This
a
is
book,
Jesnius Hebrew grammar, the
have it
linguistics,
myself,
language composition of
but,
Hebrew,
like,
its etymology, syntax, tones, verbs,
I mean,
and conjugations.
is he sitting there reading these dictionaries? Like, why do you have so many dictionaries? How many dictionaries do you need? Like, I don't get it.
All right, y'all. All
I don't
right.
get it. How
I'm
many
not done.
dictionaries do you need? Like,
If you're really a beast with the Hebrew language,
If
what you
you're
do
really
is you
a
get this
beast-
book,
yeah.
Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia.
No, that's not a Hebrew language thing.
You know how when you went to
Does he even know
high
what's
school
in there?
and junior high school,
I
the
don't know if
teacher would
he
give
even
you
knows what's
textbooks.
in there.
But if you ever got called up to go to the teacher's desk and you look at her textbook,
It had
it
all
looks
the
remarkably
answers to
different
the
from the one that the
questions in
students
there,
have.
because
Well, that's this book.
the
Biblia
teacher
Hebraica
might not know
Stuttgartensia.
the answers.
This is for teachers of the Hebrew language
No,
when you're reading the Tanakh.
no.
This is the big boy when it comes to delving into the
That's not what it's for. That's for translator.
Hebrew language.
I have to go
It's
home.
called Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia. And I'm not done because I got the twin to it.
So you own two of them. Like, do you think if you own two of them, like, do you read the two of them together? Like, I don't get it. Like, why are you buying multiple copies of the same book and not
lastly,
reading either one of them?
I love Hebrew so much that I even went out and got myself a Hebrew copy of the Quran entirely written in Hebrew.
You know, I would love to see a Quran that's been translated into square script, because I don't know,
I'm not
like,
done.
even though Farsi is in the Arabic script, I don't know it well enough. So, and I've read all kinds of things about Aramaic, and so if I
also
could get a
have
square
The
script of the
Koran Tanakh
Quran,
edition of
that
the
would-
land of Israel of the book of Shemot or Exodus. This book that I'm about to show you is the book of Exodus, not just from a historical perspective, but watch this, from the perspective of understanding ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs.
that actually looks
So
interesting.
this book of Exodus that I have, it includes several metametric terms or hieroglyphic terms. And it gives you a far deeper understanding
Koran
of
is
the
a
time
good
period
publisher.
of the Exodus narrative
Too bad I
by
can't
going
see.
into the hieroglyphic script. Guarantee you, he don't got this book.
Yeah, I don't. It looks interesting. I bet Yosef has it. I would be surprised if Yosef doesn't.
Oh
have
snap!
it.
I almost forgot. There's more.
Yeah, it's the type of book Yosef would. I would bet Yosef has that book. I should ask him. It looks interesting.
This is the Rambam's Chumash. The first 5
Chumash.
books, the Torah, with commentary from the Rambam.
Chumash. It's with a chet, and the Rambam didn't write
And this
a
right here
commentary on the Chumash.
It's very expensive.
Somebody
Literally over $500.
literally
this is an antique
over
collection of the Tanakh.
Okay, so I'm actually kind of impressed. I really need to go home. I have to say, those are usually Sidurim. Not always. There are some that are Tanakhs, but usually those are Sidurim. And I have to wonder if that's a Sidur and he just doesn't know it. And So in the back of a Siddur, there's the shortened readings for Monday and Thursday. And if he opened it up from the back, like an English book, I mean, I'm just speculating. But and it's nice. I'm glad he's like buying and obviously $500 is significant amount of money for it's but like
you can see the crown on it. Let me see if I can make you hear it.
That's disrespectful. I'm sorry, that's just disrespectful.
Encased with silver, right? Antique. It has the 10 Commandments here with the crown, right? The crown is usually seen in a synagogue attached to Torah scrolls. It's right there. The back of the book has the names of the 12 tribes. You know, Jacob, none of the tribes that your people come from.
Levi, Kohanim. Just not gonna bother.
And so I'm just saying that to say, guys, I'm probably, perhaps, one of the most well-studied people when it comes to the Bible.
Because you own a bunch of books you can't read?
Possibly one of the most well-studied people when it comes to the Bible. So when I said in my live that I'm going to the Hebrew Israelite starter kit, and I pulled out the Ben Yehuda's dictionary.
A modern Hebrew.
The Ben Yehuda's dictionary, that's where he's at.
No, that's not what I said. I said, why are you pulling out a Ben Yehuda
before you come for me?
Biblical Hebrew.
I am not the type of Israelite that you are used to.
You're right.
Believe that.
Well, I mean, yeah, at least you don't have a Yiddish dictionary. It's late. It's been 6 hours. I go home.
You have European Jews that say that they are Karaite Jews and they reject the oral tradition. And so these are some basic tenets within the Israelite way of life that needs to be understood. Also, people assume that when we say we are Israelites, it is literally something that we just came up with based on...
Yes, it is something you just came up with. It is completely something you just came up with based on a desire for things to be how you wish them to be. There's no history to it whatsoever.
Bible verse interpretation alone and exclusively. And I gotta tell you, that's incorrect also. Because if I were to take you to the book entitled From Babylon to Timbuktu, and I would take you to what is colloquially called the Israelite starter kit. The Israelite starter kit.
That's a Ben Yehuda. That's a Ben Yehuda dictionary. It's a modern Hebrew dictionary. Like Eliezer Ben Yehuda came up with new.
You know what's
modern
silly,
Hebrew.
Guys? You know what's silly and downright stupid about this guy's comments? You know what's silly and downright stupid about his comments? You could clearly see in the bookshelf behind me, the bookshelves behind me, that I'm a book collector with several books. So he starts laughing when I mention the Ben Yehuda's dictionary.
Yeah, it's modern.
Even though you could see, and I still didn't even show you guys everything because most of this stuff is heavy. All right? I still didn't even show you guys everything because most of this stuff is heavy.
I don't care how many books you own. If you don't know how to read them, you don't know how to read them.
Who look at my live streams. For those of you who look at my live streams and you always see this green shelf in the back, right? This green big thing in the back.
He's got an art scroll,
right?
Mikra, it's gonna load.
So this is a translation of the 5 books of the Torah with every single commentary ever made in the oral tradition on the Torah.
It's a Mikra, it's gonna
right?
load.
It's a 5-volume series. It's heavy as hell. I have to hold it with 2 hands. To get this is $300+. So him talking about my gold chains and I look like Mr. T is trying to, marginalize and, make me look like I don't spend money where it should be spent. When the reality is,
you know what?
My bookshelf costs more than a lot of people's favorite sneaker collection.
This is true.
Literally.
He's right.
My bookshelves, my books on my bookshelf cost more than some people out there who, how people collect sneakers. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care how much Jordans y'all got. Guarantee you can't touch my bookshelf. That's how serious I take this information. Right? And just so we know we're not capping, yes, these are actual books that are in here. Yes, they're actual books. They're heavy as hell. I got to literally hold it with 2 hands. I shouldn't even have to do this, but
you don't have to do it.
It just goes to show you the level of
I mean, you could have talked about the stuff that
some of these European Jewish bastards have.
What's with the racism? It's not racism.
It just goes to show you the blatant racism that some of these European Jewish bastards have for our people. But I'll tell you one thing. You better do your homework when you come for me.
You did it yourself. Good.
But
why is that unfortunate?
Be a King James Bible, but I don't own one, so I have to hold up the Tanakh.
Art scroll. So why King James Bible then? What if you don't own one? So this is an Art Scroll Tanakh.
My Tanakh of choice is the Stone Edition, right? But the Israelite Starter Kit is the King James Bible from Babylon to Timbuktu.
Babylon to Timbuktu. I have no idea what this is. So let me see. Babylon,
I have no idea.
So
now he's gonna get nasty and talk bad about Rudolph R. Windsor.
How much longer is this? A History of Black by
minutes.
Rudolph Windsor. It's a bestseller. I mean, it has 3,000 ratings.
7 hours.
Where Windsor Golden Series reprint 2006 by Rudolph Windsor. Who is this Rudolph Windsor guy? Like, when was this first printed?
He's not showing the parts where I actually
just
show
gonna read
him
the
to
first,
be wrong.
Thing.
He's
Amazon review. This book is somewhat accurate until you read where the so-called race came from. It's easy to be deceived because you read in the beginning about the 3 sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japhet, because Japhet spread. However, there are other books out there that state otherwise, that the first Greeks were black people.
The first Greeks were black people.
Rudolph Windsor was born in Long Branch, New Jersey. After living in a number of Jersey communities, his family moved to Philadelphia, studying psychology and political science. Gratz College, majoring in Hebrew Aramaic studies. Temple University, Eastern Studies, and the University of Metaphysics, where he received his PhD in metaphysical philosophy.
University of Metaphysics.
I mean, Temple University. I guess he didn't graduate.
Temple University,
Who's this
like
Rudolph Windsor guy. Rudolph Windsor. Let's see if there's a Wikipedia article on this guy.
Keep in mind, guys. Keep in mind. This is the guy that Vocab Malone used and will use this week to respond to me. Keep that in mind.
Vocab was nice enough to come on my channel.
It's obvious that his scholarly effort is poor, but I could get past that because I could just have fun in the live stream making a clown out of you, showing you to be the jackass that you are. But it's that blatant racism that our people tend to find very disrespectful. Not so much because it's blatant, because we respect that if you're a racist, that you're going to really stand on being a racist.
If I was, I would.
But it's really the idea that we know that the racism that you wreak, that kind of energy, you wouldn't keep in person with none of us. Right? And I almost forgot
You're
to
welcome
mention,
to
right? How
come
could you mention
to my you're welcome to come
the
to my
Rambam.
office. I assure you. Well, okay, no, actually, you know what? I am nicer to people in real life because you should be. And
How could you
like,
mention
this
the
is online.
Rambam
And frankly, while I was watching,
and
I
not
didn't,
mention
like,
somebody who's considered even greater that came before him, right?
Saadia Gaon is
one of the most
actually,
famous works by the Rambam, a Moorish Israelite that lives during the Moorish occupation.
was a
of
Moorish Israelite. Oh my God.
One of his greatest works
I am not
is
gonna
known
stop
as
this. I am not
Moreh
gonna-
Nevuchim, otherwise known as the Guide for the Perplexed.
Nevuchim. And actually, one of your fans came
his
and
magnus
talking about how the
opus is
Moreh
considered
Nevuchim
the Mishneh
was talking.
Torah. That's
Yeah,
Mishneh Torah.
Yeah.
All right, that's the
not the
magnus
Moreh
opus.
Nevuchim.
But apart from that,
But-
bar none, Moreh Nevuchim, or the Guide for the Perplexed,
Bar
is
none?
certainly one of the greatest books that the Rambam has ever produced.
Hold on. Okay.
But I'd be remiss.
Okay. The Rambam wrote a commentary on the Mishnah when he was in his early 20s. His family kept, so it's in 6 parts, and it was handed down by his family because he had a very famous family, right? So his children, generation after generation, right? We know people who are descended of the Rambam. So, including people who inherited generation after generation his commentary on the Mishnah, and I think the Mishnah Torah, like, you can look this stuff up. So if, like, it's not like the Rambam and then his son, who was also Nagid in Egypt, and then, like, the descendants, there are people who are descendants of the Rambam. Like, we have the Cairo Geniza, like, he's so ignorant, and I don't.
Just to mention the Rambam and not mention this giant, who is also one of the first people to go on record saying that Ashkenazim are Khazars.
I'm not Ashkenazi.
And that is Saadia Gaon.
By the way, this is available
a Moorish
on
Jew
Safaria for free.
Who lives almost 200 years before the Rambam.
And I'm not sure if it's translated to
And in his commentary on the Torah,
it's not a commentary
he
on the
regards
Torah.
Ashkenazic Jews as belonging to the people known as Khazars.
De'ot ve'emunot is not a commentary on the Torah.
And European Jews put so much respect on Saadia Gaon and his work because they know he's a scholar. But they don't like talking about the correlations he made between Ashkenazim and Khazars, so as to say that the original Ashkenazim
I'm not an Ashkenazi.
Why you guys not talking about Saadia Gaon? Oh my God. But don't worry. Most of my community, 99.9% of them, don't even know who Saadia Gaon is. But don't worry.
Actually,
I want to make
Jews
sure that
don't
my
either,
people
really.
not only know who he is, but know which of his books to find these types of references.
Well, no, but there's a Wikipedia article from Babylon to Timbuktu. Oh no, that's a album by Wu-Tang Clan affiliate Timbo King. Okay. Okay. I mean, at least edit Wikipedia and put this stuff in there. Like a thing. Who is this guy? Well, the book is available on archive.org. And the footnotes are all bullshit. Pages. By the way, archive.org is great. They have a lot of really good books, all for free. And sometimes you have to
First
log
edition,
in,
1969.
but like, there's a lot of
It's been printed
books.
over
People don't
and
know
over
enough
again.
archive.org. It's really good. I love it. Highly recommend it. Gratz College. I have no idea what Gratz College is. I still don't know where Gratz College is. And
Or
if
who
I wasn't
these
so
people
tired and
are,
it wasn't
he's-
so late, oh my god, it's gonna be forever before I get home. And my puppy
I see.
is probably hungry.
no- Where are his?
Why doesn't he
Where are
show
the-
like he's using timestamps, so he's not showing the stuff
it
where
looks like
I
it has
actually
footnotes, but I don't
respond to the
see
things he
footnotes,
says.
The actual footnotes.
But instead,
end, I'm
he's
guessing.
showing this stuff. Why?
Let's see.
Obviously.
Okay.
Okay, while the jackass is sitting back, confused, looking for more books, let me take the time to pull out some more books.
Oh my god.
This is Brown Driver Briggs, Hebrew and English Lexicon, coded with Strong's Concordance and number.
Available online for free.
And if we're going to show that, we can follow that up with
Strong's
the big boy,
Concordance.
Strong's Concordance, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek.
All the way, all on
Strong's
every
Concordance,
single Bible
Hebrew,
website in the
Aramaic,
world.
and Greek.
All free. Why would you even use Strong's like, dude,
And
get some software.
The reason why he's really mad at me is because of books like this.
I ain't mad at you. I have no idea what that is.
And the source text for books like this.
The Kuzari.
The Kuzari.
I am not mad at you for knowing the Kuzari, which is also available online for free.
Page
on Safari.
136 is where they start. Okay, chapter 1. This point will be proven later. That's his footnote. Consult Rashi's commentary on Genesis. Doesn't say which one.
The commentary on
Read
Genesis.
The Life and Works of Josephus. Just the life and works. I mean, I guess that's
Let's give page number. That's not
Genesis.
how you do footnote.
Dr. Spicer's commentary on Genesis.
It's all bullshit.
That's all bullshit. As I expected, the notes are bullshit. Maybe, oh God, how deep can you go into this type of stupidity? I mean, if you're gonna spend your time trying to address all this stupidity, it's not easy. I'll tell you that much.
A Hebrew dictionary.
Vocab has
and a highlighter.
the
or two,
patience of a god. He really does.
And so what I can definitely tell you then is when we say that we are Israelites, and we have just came into the truth or awakened to the truth, that is also based on the words and teachings of the Bible. There are several places in the Bible where the nation of Israel are just.
And just so we're clear for the record, he hasn't refuted a single thing I said yet.
You didn't play
2 hours into listening to him, and he hasn't refuted anything. In fact, he said
you were using
he's impressed at
timestamps.
my Hebrew.
Oh
I
my
read
God.
better than most.
Better than most
This is a
Black
very
Hebrew
interesting little
Israelites. Would
jackass.
you faint praise? You said so yourself.
Described by the biblical prophets and likened unto a lion who was sleeping. The Bible talks about, as a matter of prophecy, God causing a great sleep and slumber to come upon the children of Israel. And the Creator also references in several places the notion that we would be removed from our land, our language, and our culture, which would by proxy.
So this man is, according to his LinkedIn, elementary proficient in Hebrew. Right, exactly. But have the nerve to come for more. How dare you call yourself a teacher when you know less Hebrew than I do? I don't know Hebrew that well. I really don't.
Take away our identity and our connection to our ancestors of old. And so when we reconnect with our identity, our cultural connection to our ancestors of old, as well as the culture of Torah, we say we have awakened to these truths. And that's extremely important. And so that's why you have the term or terminology.
Y'all notice he's sitting there stuck on stupid, not knowing how to refute what I'm saying right now, right?
I was listening to this stuff for the first
Y'all
time.
notice as I'm explaining
and I'm still
to
listening
him,
to some of
the
this stuff.
reason why Israelites self-describe themselves as being awakened Israelites is because the Bible describes us as falling under a spiritual slumber. The Bible likens us to a lion asleep. And the Bible says that we will come to. In other words, we will awaken. Several places in the Bible it says, "Awake, awake, O ye sons of Zion, and you daughters of Zion." But he was laughing it up with vocab alone as to why Israelites describe themselves as being awakened. But when I explained it so perfectly here, you should notice
I
that,
don't remember that.
he's sitting here stuck on stupid like a little jackass that he is.
I was just doing homework. This is my first time I was listening to this stuff. I mean, you can go and watch the whole thing yourself. Oh my God. Genesis, please be over soon. 9 more minutes.
And a highlighter, or 2, or 3, or 4. And so what I can definitely tell you then is when we say that we are Israelites and we have just came into the truth or awakened to the truth, that is also based on the words and teachings of the Bible. There are several places in the Bible where the nation of Israel are described by the biblical prophets and likened unto a lion who was sleeping. The Bible talks about, as a matter of prophecy, God causing a great sleep and slumber to come upon the children of Israel. And the Creator also references in several places the notion that we would be removed from our land, our language, and our culture, which would by proxy take away our identity.
Truth confounds layers.
Our connection to our ancestors of old. And so when we reconnect with our identity, our cultural connection to our ancestors of old, as well as the culture of Torah, we say we have awakened to these truths. And that's extremely important. And so that's why you have the term or terminology employed in the Israelite community. People say that they awakened, all right? Or people describe this process as an awakening, all right? It's born right out of the Hebrew Bible, where people are actually described in the Bible, not just people, I mean specifically Israelites, as being spiritually asleep. Right? It's important to know. And so again, I decided to do this video because so many people have so many horrible notions of what an actual Israelite is. Okay? Israelites don't just read Deuteronomy 28:68, where it says, and you shall be placed on ships. And in all of the other accumulative verses in Deuteronomy 28 chapter allude to the places that we would be going to via ship. We come to understand.
Look at him sitting back learning, y'all. He literally got a goddamn pen in his hand. He taking notes.
Well, first of all, if I would be like, what's wrong with taking notes?
That in more ways than one, the curses of Deuteronomy 28
I have no problem
are in
taking
fulfillment
notes
of the
if there was anything to take
transatlantic
notes on.
slave kidnapping trade.
Yeah, I was learning. This is the first time I was listening to this stuff.
All right. I gotta say this to y'all. We're about to close in about 15 minutes.
Goodbye.
But this is the most
Please,
disrespectful part of the video. And that's why
Respect
I saved it
is
for
earned.
the end.
Respect is
I describe the transatlantic slave trade as this transatlantic kidnapping slave trade, where they kidnapped doctors, lawyers, professionals. I want y'all to listen very carefully to what this little racist bastard is going to say about that. But first, I need you to listen to me carefully when I tell you that you're going to hear me say in the next couple of moments that during the transatlantic kidnapping slave trade, they kidnapped doctors and lawyers. And then I'm going to say, wait, you thought I was going to say they kidnapped slaves? They came for professionals, people who knew how to use the resources in the land. Then I want you to listen to what this little racist bastard is going to say. I want everybody to gear up. This is the most disrespectful part, the most racist part of the video. And everybody should take this video and tag Vocab Malone with it on Facebook and YouTube, and ask Vocab and ask his followers why Vocab would have a racist person like this respond to somebody about a Bible disagreement. I want you guys to take a snippet of this response right here. Get your phone recorders ready. This is the most disrespectful part of the video. This is the most racist part of the video. And here we go.
And that's extremely important. And so that's why you have the term or terminology employed in the Israelite community. People say that they awakened, all right? Or people describe this process as an awakening, all right? It's born right out of the Hebrew Bible, where people are actually described in the Bible, not just people, I mean specifically Israelites, as being spiritually asleep. Right? It's important to know. And so again, I decided to do this video because so many people have so many horrible notions of what an actual Israelite is, okay? Israelites don't just read Deuteronomy 28:68, where it says, and you shall be placed on ships. And in all of the other accumulative verses in Deuteronomy 28 chapter allude to the places that we would be going to via ship. We come to understand that
we almost there. Throw up the video, family, and share it live. I want everybody to tag Adam Coleman on Facebook and on Instagram. Tag BK Apologist on Facebook and on Instagram. Tag Vocab Malone on Facebook and Instagram. Take a snippet of this video and ask them, how is it as Black people, BK Apologists? How is it as Black people, Adam Coleman, that you would actually call Vocab Malone your friend when he can be this blatantly racist towards your Black brothers?
Not racism.
Because we disagree?
Because you're stupid. You're a clown.
That in more ways than one, the curses of Deuteronomy 28 are in fulfillment of the transatlantic slave kidnapping trade, where they kidnapped doctors, nurses, lawyers.
So you have to make these things up when you have nothing to actually be proud of, right? Like, that's not what happened with the slave trade. What happened with the slave trade was that the rulers of some tribes in Africa kidnapped and sold other tribes in Africa to the Muslims mostly, and some to the transatlantic slave trade, most of whom ended up in Brazil and South America. But like he just doesn't know any of the history, and so he wants to make it up out of whole cloth, and it's like, the truth will set you free. Honestly, just be honest. Like, I'm not gonna, my last name Federecci means cloth merchant. My grandfather and my great grandfather sold cloth. I'm not ashamed of them for that. Why would I be ashamed of them for who they were? I'm not going to pretend they were doctors and lawyers. But that's what he needs to do, because that's what he needs to do. Like, there were no medical schools in Africa. There were no medical schools in Asia either. So this idea, why you have to fabricate history, and this is what they do. They fabricate history.
Wait, you thought I was going to say they kidnapped slaves?
Doctors, lawyers, what? Nurses? Doctors. Witch doctors, maybe.
Did everybody just hear this little European Jewish bastard just say, lawyers, doctors, witch doctors, maybe?
Use that soundboard some more.
All of the other accumulative verses in Deuteronomy 28 chapter allude to the places that we would be going to via ship. We come to understand that in more ways than one, the curses of Deuteronomy 28 are in fulfillment of the transatlantic slave kidnapping trade. Where they kidnapped doctors, nurses, lawyers. Wait, y'all thought I was going to say they kidnapped slaves?
Doctors, lawyers, what? Nurses? Doctors. Witch doctors, maybe.
Thumb up the video, share live, support your brother Zion Lexx. I put my name on the line. I put my honor on the line.
And
I might even be putting my life on the line.
Your life on what?
Make sure you support this platform.
Your life on the line?
Make sure you support your brother. Peace to everybody. I'm out.
Okay. I told Zion that if he's on when I finish, I will let him on. Please. Hopefully he's not on, because I want to go home. Let me just answer. So he asked, were there any black Jews historically? Yes. So there were the Ethiopian Jews. And obviously, so in Numbers 12, I want to say. So here, let me look it up. Yeah, so Numbers 12, let's use the King James Version, because we know the Black Hebrew Israelite clowns really like that. It says, and Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. And the word there is actually Cushite, which entered later Hebrew as how usually in Rabbinic and later Hebrew, they referred to dark-skinned people. So it says, they spoke about the dark-skinned wife, the Cushite, the Ethiopian wife he had taken, because he had taken an Ethiopian wife. We can talk about the Rashis and stuff, but plain reading, and this is actually funny. Okay, I'm going to tell a story, and then I'm going to go home, and if he's not here by the end of the story, I'm leaving, okay? So when I was in college, I made this webpage where I actually talked about this. And back then, this was a long time ago, like there were very few web pages. This was a long time ago, right? And suddenly, one day, my video, my page gets 13,000 views. This was like 1996, I want to say, right? Back then, 13,000 views in one day. And I'm like, what's going on here? And it was actually listed as the black site of the day. Like there was a web page that was like the black site of the day. And so that website I had, that blog, and I wish I had, like back then we kind of assumed that because there were things archiving everything, and back then we kind of assumed that there were gonna be archives of everything, and I didn't bother archiving anything. I kind of wish I still had that page, but I don't, and like it's not on the Wayback Machine and all that stuff. But yeah, that was 1996. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was the end of the story. But yeah, plain reading of Numbers 12 should tell you that Moses' wife, so assuming, that he only had one wife, that his kids, but at the very least, Moses' wife was Ethiopian, right? And even though Miriam and Aaron obviously were great people, not being Ethiopian, they talked about it. And if you read the rest of the chapter, God did not approve of that. So, like, people who talk about like intermarrying, read that chapter, pay attention to it. Big mistake. Big mistake. There's lots of stuff I could go into, but like, it's almost 1 a.m. Good night, people. And I'm sorry if you spent all this time listening to this, but like somebody had to do it, and there was nobody better. So you had to suffer with me. So good night.